We're recording.
Welcome, everyone. I hope you all are having a good evening tonight. For tonight, this will be the first of many into quite the different world than you all are accustomed to. For today, we are no longer in the streets of Boulder City and in the land that is Tales from the Loop. Instead, we're going to delve deeper into a world of darkness, you could say. Welcome to the world of Vampire, the Masquerade. Our backdrop and our setting is going to be, and of course, the rainy city of Seattle, Washington, where a little bit of a power struggle has been going on within that city for quite some time. As it stands to reason that the Camarilla don't necessarily have as strong of a foothold within that particular northwestern area of the Americas as they would like. And the Anarch movement has taken advantage of this and has been competing for that territory for quite a while. And that's where the four of you have been set upon. Last we met, Gareth, the leader of the Seattle chapter of the Anarch movement, had, with the help of four members of the Anarch movement, had acquired a tome of mysterious origin, of which uh, he had delivered to a mysterious purple-wearing acquaintance of his, that then disappeared into a portal, never to be seen again. And since those ongoing months, the Anarch movement has been actually quite quiet as of late. Their movements have been rather unseen, and they haven't really caused all that much trouble. To which the Camarilla has taken advantage of this, and have finally started making movements and preparations to instill a new vampire prince. But you'll hear more about him uh, in a bit, because for now, we're going to start with just give me one moment. We're going to start with Melodia.
Oh, baby. It's time for the little girl. Oh boy.
Well, Melodia, you are actually quite in a unique position, aren't you? Because, to be fair, your heart doesn't necessarily lie with the Anarch movement, does it?
No, Melodia is there to infiltrate. She's pretending to be on their side so that she can gain more power and trust in their movement.
As of course you would.
She's a little
But,
shit.
well, to put it mildly, and to be fair, she comes from the clan of the King Shits, or at least is a member of the clan of the King Shits, as you are, at least formally and on paper, a member of the Ventru clan. Now, the Ventru clan are, at least among the Camarilla, as you know, they are considered kind of the head honchos on that little, in the hierarchy within the Camarilla. Many of its leaders, in fact, at least those in the higher ranks, are Ventru in and of themselves. Some have even infiltrated into the highest ranks of both the corporate world and the political world. Melodia's father is no different, as Lionel has just been sort of appointed, at least, has at least been appointed, at least somewhere in that high echelon of leadership in the northwestern area. And we're going to start with Melodia in her home. Why don't you describe to me what Melodia's home looks like?
Probably very. Ooh, I say white as in the color, like very, very pretty. You can tell this is like a rich person showing off type of home. Uh, in particular, her room, marbly is a good word. Yes, marble. So, in particular, her room has, you know, those beds that have like the canopy?
Mm-hmm.
She has one of those fancy beds and a bunch of dressers that are likely full of fancy clothes and toys. She's spoiled rotten. And in her room, she is sitting down she has a little tea table in her room. A little tea table. I kid you not. With little chairs. And she is sitting there with a few stuffed animals. And she is having a tea party. The tea is not tea, it is probably blood.
Only the freshest.
But of course,
Well,
of
and
course.
to put a little bit more of a perspective on that, it's actually kind of unique that your room is filled with sort of marble and that almost straight out of a Victorian era fancy child's room, considering this is the modern day. And indeed, a lot of this was custom built especially. And this is quite the pricey home because if anyone is familiar with the Seattle area, there isn't really all that much room for like large homes to be built in. In fact, it's more common to own an apartment or a condominium within the Seattle area, but no, not your family. Your family was able to own pristine, expensive property along the Puget Sound, in fact. Right across the Puget Sound from Seattle, where if you even looked out your window, you could see the Space Needle and the city in all its glory from afar, from your beautiful, pristine curtains.
She is a fucking brat. So, Melodia is having her tea party. She, however, looks a little miffed, and the reason why is because her butler isn't there yet. And she's like pouting about it, because she's waiting on her butler. She can't start without her butler.
And indeed, usually during these little moments, your butler would be right behind you. But honey, why don't you describe to me where Melodia's ever studious and ever faithful butler is?
Well, you see, Melodia gave him a new outfit to wear, and he cannot figure out the bows. But he has to look his best, so she'll be impressed.
Well, and you're doing this more than likely somewhere in a different room.
Mm-hmm.
Probably somewhere on the premises that would be sort of considered the servants' quarters, I guess. Or at least, well, that's assuming that he has his own place to live. Would you say that he owns a property either somewhere off the premises, or does he live on it?
Uh, well, do they have a servant's quarters, or would he have like a little side house he'd be in, or?
Oh, they could afford it. But you know what? Considering how close knit the Ventru tend to be, they would probably keep you close by. So you probably do have a little bit of a servant's quarters or a servant's home on the premises, but not exactly in the same building.
Okay.
Though, of course, to this family and to this rich lifestyle, uh, your servants' quarters would be sort of comparable to that of a sort of a small lower middle class home. So not bad looking, but not anywhere near as pristine and fancy as a high life home would be.
Well, he doesn't mind that though. As long as he's close to what would he call her?
His madam.
His madam.
His madam. Ooh.
And then he's happy.
Well, and as you're trying to figure out these bows, you do start to feel a little bit of a headache sort of pull on your head a little bit. You get the feeling that's your madam calling you.
Oh, it's time to give up. He's going to have to head out with a disheveled bow. There's no helping it. So he startles as he realizes she's becoming upset, and he's like, "Oh no." Not because of fear, but because he wants her to be happy. And he stumbles out of his house and hurries into the building.
You do, and as you walk along those hallways and open the back door into the home shows that, again, although the inside of Melodia's room has a very specific 16th century sort of look to it, or like a very Victorian sort of look to it, everywhere else in the home is very sleek and very modern, but nonetheless just as, sort of that sanitized modern white that you would find more at home in like an Apple store or something.
So clean, so pristine. They have such good
Yep.
tastes.
Yep, this house is very much, the rest of the house is very much sort of the look and pinnacle of the very clean, modern, almost Apple sort of look that some would envision the future to be. In fact, as you're going down, as you close the door behind you and you enter into the home, you see on the couch, in sort of a modern business suit, modern business jacket with a turtleneck, sort of on the couch, clicking along on his laptop, a man with slicked back dark hair, sort of scrolling through and flicking by. I'd imagine even if you did have the inkling to say something to the man, you know very well that you are never allowed to disturb him, for you know exactly who he is.
So I would assume he does give a courteous bow as
You
he
give
passes.
you give a nod, and the most that man ever gives to you is a brief look, and then a look back onto his laptop. But you know, even the look of that man towards you in your chest feels like someone dropped a heavy weight on top of it. There's a very heavy air on that man. And you're doing your best to just kind of get out of that room as quickly as you can, just to not be near him as much.
Oof. Yes. He showed his respect and he has done it, and it's time to go to his dear Melodia and enjoy their tea time.
And so you do. And you open up the door, and your nostrils are immediately sort of bombarded with the smell of lots of fancy perfumes, lots of fancy flowery smells that you assume are from probably the little flower pots and stuff and the little house plants that are within that room. Mostly flowers, because of course Melodia would only have the finest flowers. Likely roses, though she probably put some different variation of flowers to add some variety to it.
She
She's
likes
not garish
hydrangeas.
after all.
She likes
Hydrangea?
hydrangeas, yeah.
She likes hydrangeas? Sure. But you see her on her custom made sort of tea set, made with, of course, with an authentic porcelain tea set. As I'm sure she then looks over to you and, well, what else does Melodia do?
He looks at him and she's like, oh goodness, you come here. And she hurries over and is like, lean down, lean down.
And he hurries to do so, sort of mumbling, "I'm sorry, my lady, that I'm late. Just could
Oh,
not figure out this wretched bow."
oh, I can tell. And she's already fixing it. She's fixing the bow. That's why she had him lean down. And she makes sure it's nice and tight. And she's like, oh, there we go. And she steps back and looks him over and is like, stand up straight and turn around.
And he does so, with a bit of elegance to his step, just showing off for her.
And dance.
And he gives a quick of a smile and holds out his arms like he has a dance partner before him and starts to waltz around.
Melodia claps her hands like, oh good, oh good. You look elegant. Come, come, come. And she goes back to the little tea table. Melodia is very easily pleased by Theodore, to be quite honest. Like, she wants to be mad at him for being late, but that's Mr. Teddy, so she's not.
He is genuinely sorry.
It's okay, because she's not mad.
But I missed the last thing she said. I'm sorry. My mom
She
was
goes
speaking
back
to
to
me
the
for a
tea
minute.
table and like motions like, come along, you know, come have a seat.
Ah, so he does. He comes over and he sits. He's like, "And what are we serving for tea today, madam, my lady?"
I like a very nice chamomile. And
Ah, you have good taste.
she pours the tea into the cup and it is blood. It is blood. To be
I
clear.
feel like I feel like he would play along, and I don't know it off the top of my head, and I won't make you guys wait, but he would probably start talking about like the elegance of chamomile and like playing it up like she has good taste and like the culture behind it and stuff.
Oh,
And so
oh.
you do. But of course, the liquid that is within your teacup is, as Dell had stated, it is blood. And in fact, you look over to your left and next to the bed, and it sticks out because it's about the only modern looking thing in this room, and it is a small little mini fridge that seems to have been modified a little bit. Or at least modified to where it's capable of freezing blood, or at least keeping blood cool to the point of being safe to drink.
It's all very fresh. And she nods along to what he's saying as if she knew it already, and she's like, "Oh yes, of course, of course." She didn't, but she likes to feel smart, so she goes along with that as
He's there to educate her.
she pours a couple of cups for the stuffed animals at the table. One of them is like a stuffed rabbit, and then another is like a stuffed cat, and
So I
then
have to ask really quick, because these two do this a lot probably. Um, would she expect Teddy to act out the characters for her, or do they just leave that to the imagination?
they leave it to the imagination. See, it has to be left to the imagination because Melodia has such incredibly detailed life stories for both of them that acting them
Uh,
out, you would probably get something wrong. And she would be like, do not disrespect him like that. Like, no. So she takes a sip of her tea and she's like, Mr. Williamson, and you know that's the bunny, has been speaking about something very, very upsetting.
oh dear. Whatever has he been talking about?
He spoke of seeing something very unsavory And she leans in to whisper conspiratorially. An affair between a local rat and a local cat.
Oh my. So scandalous.
Yes, yes, and she does hold her hand out to make the cat plushie nod in, like, agreement. As she continues to go through the tea party talking about the news and the gossip of Williamson, who is the bunny, and Valeria, who is the cat.
Theodore is just smiling away, enjoying himself.
They're having a good time.
Well, I almost thought you were going to make the joke of why would she need extra voices to play the voices of the dolls? She already has quite an array of special voices inside her head already.
Oh.
To be fair, that is the implication, is that she knows that she's the only one who can hear them talk, so she relays the information.
I
To be
feel like
fair,
he made the mistake once, probably, because his impulse was to help a child with her imagination, and he learned very quickly that was not a good idea.
especially since to a special vampire like Melodia, those aren't just funny little voices she says in her head. They could very well be real voices speaking into her head.
Yeah, she fully believes that her two stuffed animals, Williamson and Valeria, she fully believes that they are what speak to her with, like, when she hears those two specific voices. And it feels like those voices are tailored to, like, believe that they are the stuffed animals, which is an interesting thing.
Hmm.
Oh, Mr. Teddy, I did tell you about my plans, yes?
Did she?
The answer is a solid no, because that's very vague, and usually her plans could be anything from, oh, we're going to go play croquet, to, oh, we're going to play a little prank on one of the other Ventru.
So he'd be like, "Oh, which plans do you mean, miss?"
They're very big plans. I need you to be quiet about them.
Of course.
I have begun a plan to infiltrate our family's worst enemy.
Oh, you don't say.
She nods. They've gone quiet recently, but I know that the Anarchs are still out there. While it's quiet, it might be the best time to slip in.
Oh my.
And Theodore, you know exactly. Well, the minute Melodia said that, you are well aware of what exactly she means by that. After all, you've heard the sire talk about it.
Goodness. Sorry. Tree is still learning the lore of this game.
Yeah, well, you met him. You know that these anarchs have been quite the pain to the backside of that which is the Ventru. They are a particular frustration to the lord whom you have met downstairs. A one Mr. Lionel, a man whom you only know of as Lord Lionel. For that is the only title you are allowed to speak to him as.
I feel like I need to write that down.
She
There we go.
continues on and is like, I'm going to need you by my side during the infiltration.
Of course, miss. Whatever you need.
Good, good, very good. It'll be soon where we go. Probably tonight, actually. I'm going to say goodbye to Father, but discreetly, as if I was just saying good night or good evening. But it
Is
might be a
there
while before.
anything you'd like me to prepare for the journey?
A bag of clothing. And she looks at the blood, like the blood fridge, and is like, mm, road snacks.
Very good. I'll have those ready.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure to serve you, my lady.
Oh, good, good, good. And she offers her hand, as if she expects you to lift it and give it a kiss.
And he absolutely does.
She is giddy, and she goes ahead to leave the room. She wants to speak to Lionel.
All right. And so you head downstairs, probably along the same path that Theodore took to come up here. As eventually, as you go downstairs, you see your father sitting in the living room on the couch, flipping about on that laptop, looking and reading through messages as he sips something from a glass, the contents of which you're not quite sure. To the normal mortal eye, that looks like any sort of regular coffee. Of course, you don't have mortal eyes, and you know exactly what's actually in that cup. But as you head down and you get closer to your dad, you know that the room has a little bit more of the smell of thick cigar smoke. Seems like it was sort of smelled a little bit a while ago. And the smell of sort of ground coffee grounds or something. It's not unusual. You've known your dad to at least sprinkle some coffee beans into his quote unquote drink in order to give it some flavor. Doesn't really do all that much, but the after smell is at least pleasant enough. But he takes a sip as he, you know, after taking a sip, he looks over at you and he's just sort of like, oh, finally done with your games, are we, my dear?
Yes, Father. And she nods, and she looks at she looks at him and is like, I just wanted to come and see how you were doing, Father.
Hmm. Just taking care of some business matters, of course.
Is it boring?
Nothing you need to concern yourself with, dear. It's rather dry, tiring stuff.
That makes sense. She does approach a little more as if she wants a hug.
Hmm. Would you say that Lionel is a loving man?
To her specifically. Like, he went as far as he did specifically for her, he's going to make the most of it. Like, he's going to be affectionate.
Okay. Well, and so he does. He does hug you close, and he does give you a hug.
As she holds him, she says, I'm going to be busy for the rest of the night. I want to spend some fun time with Mr. Teddy. Is that okay, Father?
Hmm. A rather unusual impulse, my dear.
I've got him this nice new outfit and I want to. Well, it's fun to show off.
Hmm. Well, I suppose if that is your wish, just make sure that he sticks close to you.
Always. He is incredibly loyal.
So he is. So he is.
She pulls back from the hug and gives a little bow. Like she's very respectful, and she's like, "Thank you, Father."
No worries, my dear. You know that I am always here for. Excuse me. He digs into his pocket and turns on the phone, and he's just like, "Yes, what is it? This better be important." "Yes. Yes, I have it all prepared." "Wait. What do you mean he's not there?" "Well, how did you lose him?" "Well, what about. I thought you said Ardman was watching him." "Well, fix it." "Well, if you don't fix it, then I will personally drain you until you are nothing more than a shriveled up little raisin. Do you understand that?" "Good. Now don't call me again unless you have some results. Got it?" "Good." Look.
Incompetence, Father.
You see him sort of growling under his breath as he's just sort of like, "Nothing that I suppose I can't fix myself." And he sort of gets up and he goes more towards, he goes to the front door, takes out some keys from like a little jar where he throws his keys into, puts on his coat, and he looks back at you, and it's just sort of like, "I suppose the timing is good since I do have to head out. Just be sure to lock up the plate. Just be sure to lock the door and activate the system when you're out."
Okie dokie, Father.
"Goodbye, dear, and please take care of yourself."
Goodbye. Good luck.
"Love you, dear."
I love you too. And she has that
Yep.
very big, sweet smile.
In his rage, however, in his rushed anger, he did not close off or shut off his laptop.
Does he leave?
He leaves.
She runs back to her room very quickly and goes, "Mr. Teddy, come here, come here."
Oh, what is it?
Come quickly,
And he does.
quickly.
He heads that as he's talking.
She grabs him by the hand to drag him along, like, "We are going to do something a little naughty."
Oh dear.
A little what now?
A little naughty. She goes over to
Oh.
the laptop and is like, "Father left his laptop open."
Oh. I suppose we're creating our own scandal here.
We should play a most delicious prank. I will find a funny picture on the internet and make it his desktop background.
Oh, my lady is full of mischief.
They're both kind of giggling, and she does go to look at the laptop.
Well, before you do open up to the internet to find. I'm guessing it's not too crazy of an image. I'm guessing to play a prank on her dad, she would usually just put like an image of a kitten or something as a background, or like a funny picture of like a dog getting its head stuck in a can or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Something not like rude, like putting a naked picture on the internet from the internet on it, but something amusing enough to both parties. But as you're about to shut that window off to do that, uh, your eyes do dart over to the email that he had open. Does she read, or does she immediately shut down the window?
She's trusting, but because she's trusting, she figures there's no problem with reading it. She's like, I trust my father to, be good. He's my father. And normally someone with that would just not bother. But she's still a kid and she's still curious, so she's just like, I wonder what Papa is up to.
Well, the list of other emails don't seem to pertain to you, as they are mostly business emails pertaining to your father's business. Well, in fact, what business does Mr. Lionel have, do you think?
He probably is. Well, he probably manages a lot of business relations, I'd think. Like, he's very much a leadership type of guy with his hands in a lot of different businesses where he just is the, like, supervisor, I would suppose you could say.
Hello, I am your wallpaper. um,
And I love you.
but yes, he very much is. He seems to be at least on the team advisory board of a lot of various other companies. Seems to be sort of independent work, as he gives a lot of what seem to be sort of business advice, you would say. At least what is claimed to be sort of team management, quote unquote. Well, you, of course, as you know how the clan works. Team management for Aventru often means exerting a little bit of your will over them, a little bit. But you see a lot of emails that seem to, a lot of familiar names. Starbucks, Microsoft, Boeing, the Seattle Mariners, all sorts of different eclectic, sort of very local, very differing but nonetheless big and important names in technology and various other services all seem to parade about his inbox. However, the one that he had open, the last one he had open, was a direct message. A direct message from a man who is only addressed as Alart. And that's how you spell his name. So
Ooh,
as
she's reading it.
you read Palart's message, seems like Palart was a surname, as this comes from a Mr. Lucius Palart. But you read his message, and it says, I'm trusting a great deal to you, Lionel. As you know, our clan's hold over this miserable section of the country is tenuous at best, and we need to take the opportunity when the opportunity is ripe. I know Percy is a reluctant lad, but I know that he will take the responsibility of being the new prince of this area well. Take care of him, guide him as much as you can. I'm trusting a great deal to you, Lionel. Don't disappoint me. Signed, sincerely, Lucius Palart.
She looks a little miffed at it. She's like, I don't see why we need a prince, or why my father should have to deal with him. I could just as easily be royalty.
Well, let's see. Hold on. I'm going to have you do your first roll. So, Vampire is a rather unique system in that you use a pool of d10s rather than a pool of d6s. Now, Vampire is very similar to how Loop actually kind of works. It's just its pool is rather much bigger than what Loop would have you do. So, for example, I'm going to have you do what would be called a politics plus an intelligence roll. So in this case for you, you would roll a pool of 5d10s.
And if I get a 10 in that, I succeed?
Now success actually would be a 6 or above. And you rolled 2 7, 2 successes. And you're already well fed, so you don't have to do what is called a hunger die. Those will come in later, but that's only, and that'll be only if you choose to, well, rouse the blood. But yeah, so with your 2 successes, you know enough about Ventru politics to know who Lucius Polart is. The Polarts, hello there, Jim. But the Polarts, in simple terms, are basically the head Ventru family. They are the Alpha Ventru, so to speak. And Prince, you know that in Camarilla society, princes act more as sort of lords over an area, or at least over a territory that the Camarilla has sort of called their own. And those princes would answer to the Ivory Tower, and which the Ivory Tower houses the Council of the Camarilla, of which each clan would have a representative of their respective clans. You know Polart, the Polart bloodline is of that representatives. They represent, at least in the Americas, the Ventru. So whoever, and you know enough to know that Percy is the youngest Polart. He's the newest.
She's still a little judgmental. She's like, I suppose they'll have to prove the worth of their name. And she just kind of sets it aside as she goes on her mission to put a funny cat picture as her dad's desktop background.
You decide to go with the classic. You go with the little happy face of that little Russian gray cat. You know, those Russian short-haired gray cats with the really smiley face. And the caption says, "Can I has cheeseburger?" It's an old one, but it is a classic.
She does love a classic. Have you seen her room? Anyway, she's giggling and she's like, a gift for father before we depart. While I was out here, did you get to work on the bag?
I did. I started right away.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Teddy.
And of course, as studious as Theodore ever is, Theodore has, of course, like I guess what would be just sort of the shoulder gym bag that is filled with the various sort of essentials that you would expect to carry for his lady Melodia. A pair of clothes, some sacks of blood for the road, various other things and knickknacks that a lady of her stature would have.
Probably a couple books.
Of
A
course.
couple books, a small little pocket, little beauty flip thing, like a little pocket mirror to put on, like to powder her face a little bit.
He's also made sure to put the containers of blood in a extra bag just in case one of them leaks, so it doesn't ruin her clothes.
A nice sealed little Ziploc bags.
Wonderful. Let us head out into the night.
Is Theodore the one to usually drive out?
Oh, is he like?
Is Theodore Melodia's chauffeur?
Probably. She's too young to know how to drive.
That's
If she wants to
true.
get anywhere, yeah, she probably has him chauffeur her.
Yeah, he probably
Mm-hmm.
knows how to drive a car, so he'd be happy to.
Yep. So you see this beautiful pitch black looking fancy Chevrolet sort of in the parking lot. It is beautiful looking and pristine. And Theodore opens the door for you to go into the back as he sits up in the front.
She hops into the back, and I want to say that if it weren't for the fact that she can't eat food and like have it be stuff that tastes relatively okay, like she would 100% be the kind of kid who would be like, "Wait, I see a McDonald's. You must stop there." But she can't anymore. So she's just content to sit in the back seat. She probably refuses to listen to the radio. She probably has an assortment of CDs of her own favorite music that she forces to be put on whenever she's driven around.
The hipster using CDs instead of like the AUX jack of like a music player. She would be the one to insist on using CDs.
I want to support the band's physical merchandise.
Exactly. What even is a Spotify? I don't know what that is.
She just cares. She cares so much. The artist's world.
Well, I mean, to be fair, this is Seattle, the birthplace of grunge. In any case, so you head out, and we'll cut to our two other vampires for the night. Hello, Constantine. Hello, hold on, let me just. Brent, was it?
Yes.
Okay. So, let's start with Brent. Oh, Brent, this has been some time since the last time you had been called upon, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been.
How has Brent been coping for the, I guess, past a year, couple of years or so, huh?
A couple of years?
Or at least a year and a half, I would suppose, since the last time we played, we delved into this world.
Ah. Well, Brent's definitely been more. Let's just say Brent's been kind of like cooped up and like. Uh, he's been more cooped up in like the your local campus library. Just trying to keep himself distracted.
Indeed, for those of us who remember the last time we had saw Brent, Brent had done what is usually considered unthinkable among vampire kind. Not only draining the blood of his own, but draining the blood of his own to the point of sucking them dry. Use of his own blood magic. It was a shocking experience, to say the least, for poor Brent. It is the first time he had ever let what is called the beast in Kindred Society ever come loose. And Brent got to see firsthand what the true horrifying power of the Tremere truly can do.
Yeah, it's definitely, what's the word? Traumatized him. Yeah. That definitely traumatized him. And he's been keeping himself away from, most people. Only really connecting, only really, like, talking to a few people.
A few key people in his life, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Though those connections are becoming few and few as of late. That day, you could say, has left you rather scarred against humanity and more further apart from them than ever.
Yeah. So he just stays and he tends to stay in the library, reading what he can find, what interests him. He knows that his sire's there, but it's it's the least he can do.
I'm sorry, he knows his sire is
I
there?
mean, yes, his sire's a librarian. Or,
And who is his sire, aside from the librarian?
no, I'm sorry. I put his sire down as the librarian. Uh, his name is Rocco Wiltz.
Rocco Wiltz?
Yes.
What else can you tell us about old Rocco Wiltz?
Well, he's definitely a know-it-all, but Brent has known Rocco to have questionable ideas, quote unquote. Uh, Otherwise, he's a little cuckoo.
I suppose in what regard would you say?
More so the kind of person that would recommend ideas that tend to be pretty bad. That's not good advice. I
An old-timey way of thinking, you would say?
Yeah.
Well, indeed. Uh, why would Rocco? Rocco, of course, being as old of a Tremere as he. And I'm guessing Rocco Wiltz is a good couple of generations older than you. Vivi?
Yeah. Yeah.
But yes, Rocco, I would imagine, is closer to about a 10th generation vampire. So, in terms of vampire years, that is pretty old. Not as old as those within the Ivory Tower, but still.
Still pretty old.
And it is not uncommon for those within Tremere society to be far more obsessed with their blood studies and their studies of magic rather than be concerned with that which concerns the modern world. For the modern world, of course, to any sort of Tremere means nothing when compared to the ever expanding mysteries and capabilities of that which is magic. And that in particular, the blood magics.
Oh yeah, no, he'll be pretty obsessed with it.
So, I mean, he, of course, is manning the front desk. This bespectacled individual sort of flipping through really old and sort of characteristically out of place dusty tomes within this seemingly modern looking campus library. In fact, you would think other people would sort of take notice to it, but I mean, well, for one, the campus library is rather empty. And secondly, even if it weren't, well, you know, no one is brave enough to disturb Mr. Wilt when he's reading one of his tomes.
Yeah.
Tell me,
Brandon.
would you say Mr. Wilt is a loyalist to the Camarilla, or is he a member of the Anarch movement? Do you think?
I haven't thought of that. I would actually think he's a part of the Anarch.
Probably not by choice, I take it. Probably more out of necessity, since I would imagine as obsessive and as old way of thinking as he is, probably was for even more so, probably even too much, even for the Camarilla.
Yeah, that's probably it. You probably had to keep away from the Shambhala, you know, from. I imagine how far he would want to go, research wise.
Exactly. After all, a lot of what is required of his experiments have been known to sort of break them and bend the masquerade rules a little bit. Much so that Vampire Society just couldn't handle it. Or wouldn't tolerate it, to be more precise. But he's not so unwise as to completely forego it. At least not to fully expose his identity quite yet. But you see him mumbling about, or sort of mumbling about his books, continuing his study.
Brent, I imagine, is sort of looking at the. I imagine he's actually kind of just looking at the science section. Probably just.
The
Yeah,
what
maybe.
section? Science section?
Yeah, non. Or, like a section where they find like the books, books of like facts on science, perhaps.
Okay, and we could just say that this is for one of his college assignments. Or if I remember correctly, Brent is, at least in appearance, college aged.
Yeah.
So you are. You're reading about through those science textbooks quite studiously. But, as you get up, a hoodied figure, a figure wearing a hoodie over his head, rather ragged, a rather ragged gray hoodie to be sure, and sweatpants sort of shoulder checks you as you drop a bunch of books.
But,
But before you can even utter a response to him or react in any sort of way, he's already sort of walked off ahead, took a right, and is out the door.
what's that all about? And Brent's kind of confused for a moment before kind of getting down on his knees to start picking up the books with a sigh.
Among those books, however, you do see an envelope was dropped on the floor.
Brent kind of like drops what he's holding, kind of grab the envelope, take a look at it.
You grab it, and It's a blank letter, no name, no address on it or anything, but you turn the envelope around and you see on the bottom flap of the opening is, at least colored in red ink, is the symbol of that classic Anarch A. The A for anarchism.
Brent, seeing that, quickly goes to open it to see what's inside. Well, of course, he looks around first, make sure that no one's there before opening it up.
And indeed, as you open up that letter, you quickly slide it into one of your books to make it look like you're reading from one of your books before reading the contents of said letter. Brent, I know it's been some time since we've called upon you. We know we are asking for much, but a new opportunity has presented itself to us. If we do this right, and if we approach this the right way, this could mean a permanent hold over the Northwest Cascadia for eons to come. This could mean freedom for us, at least in this sector. Meet me at the local burger joint, Dick's up on Capitol Hill. I'll be waiting for you there. Expect others. And watch yourself. They're on alert.
Brent kind of looks for this letter, and he doesn't know what to say about this. He knows on one hand, if he does help, he can, well, can maybe try to finally have a normal life. On the other, he remembers, about what he's done the last time he ended up helping. He gives us some thought, looking into the letter and his other books, for giving a bit of a sigh and folding up the letter to put it back in the envelope in, to put it. I imagine he has his bag with him. I imagine he put it in his bag. Before getting up from his chair, or to go and at least go and say that he'll be off.
Mm. And what was it, Wilt? Wilt looks
Yes.
up and he sort of gives you a look, just sort of like, wait, what are you talking about? But then just sort of shrugs it off and is like, yeah, just return the 2 other books that you've been keeping. You're kind of late on them.
Oh, yeah, I'll
You're lucky you're only late a day, or else I would have charged you for it.
yeah, I'll make sure to bring it back, sir. Mr. Wilts? You have a good night.
You too, lad.
And Brent gives a bit of a nod, and Mr. Wilts, and heads off.
And now we will switch over to Constantine. Where is Constantine?
I'd say he's in his hovel right now.
It is a rather secretive little hovel, isn't it?
It is. It's kind of just like off to the side. It's kind of just hidden off somewhere like discreet in what would have been like a condemned apartment building or a basement in somewhere like that. And there's not real it's like it's furnished with like a bunch of weird knickknacks and shit that he managed to steal. And he's got a few like personal possessions. Um he's got like he has a few things like lined along his walls. One of them is like a really old yellowed out like black and white photo from really long time ago. And the only recognizable face on there is his face with like lines and lines of other soldiers. And underneath underneath each of their and he has like a little and with like a permanent marker he's written down the same word underneath each of them. Murtav, 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 Murtav. And like Murtav in Serbian means dead. He's counting off every single he had counted off every single member of his company or whatever. All of the word dead is underneath all of everyone except for him.
Hmm. Well, as you're going about marking these words underneath these photos in your lonely little hovel of an underground sort of basement, you do hear a rustling coming from the entrance of said basement, as though someone were putting a hand on top of the door. And after you hear that little rustling coming from that entrance of the basement, you see a slip of paper sort of slip through the cracks and fall onto the floor.
Sorry, could you run that by me again?
So as you're going about writing those words underneath those photographs, as dutiful as you are, you hear a rustling coming from the entrance of the basement that you were in. Almost as if it's the sound of someone's hands on top of the door. You hear this go on for a little bit until a little slip of paper sort of begins to squeeze through the center crack of the door and fall onto the floor below.
He kind of looks at it suspiciously. And he there's like a little lockbox like slash cabinet that he has, which he has left unlocked right now. He takes one of the guns out of it and he just puts it on his belt, slowly walking up to the door. Then he puts himself on the door. He opens it a little bit, cracks it, looks around. Don't know if he sees anybody. Don't think he does.
Nope. Whoever it was that was outside your door is long gone. Not unless you want to roll for me a.
All right, so I need to remember how these systems work. That is a
I would say.
awareness check.
Come again?
Awareness.
Yeah, I would say that. And awareness plus wit, I'm going to say.
3d10, I guess.
Yep.
3d10. Okay, 773.
Well, to be fair, your boy is a very paranoid boy. So as you come out, sort of like, hands sort of near your gun at the ready, as you sort of poke your head outside that door and look around, with your ever perceptible eyes, you do see the image of a gray hooded figure with those same gray sweatpants sort of walked into the busy street. He sort of disappears in the crowd before you can get good uh, a good lockdown on where he is. And he practically disappears into the crowd before you could even really think of what to do next.
Constantine just narrows his eyes and closes the door. Then he bends down to go get this letter, and he takes a good look at it.
Same as Brett's. Blank on the front of the envelope, but when you turn the letter to the back on the little flap where a wax seal would be, instead, marked in red ink, is the classic symbol of what would be the anarchy movement to the layman, but to you, you know exactly what that actually means. This is no mere mortal political anarchy movement. These are the anarchs.
Yeah. You can hear him very hoarsely. Well, I mean, the audience can hear him. Nobody else is around. They can hear him very hoarsely say under his breath. He's just like, oh, Christ, this again.
So you open the letter. I'd imagine he just sort of, he doesn't do a fancy letter opening type of way. He just sort of opens either the side. He seems like a side letter opening type of guy, like literally ripping the side of the envelope instead of the top.
He has a
Sorta-
knife. He forces it open with his knife.
Oh, he just sort of does that. Oh, he does that. Just with a
Yep.
big ass Bowie knife and just.
Yep.
Yep. And yep, you do that. You take the letter from within, read it, and it is the same message that Brent was given.
Puts the letter down on his stand gently. He decides he's gonna get himself a new outfit. And after he changes out of his hobo clothes into another set of hobo clothes,
Like you do.
he's now wearing kind of like a shitty brown jacket with a flannel under it and some torn jeans. And he's still got like his weird sort of cloth mask that he stitched together in his coat pocket.
Mm.
Would it be safe to assume that he could take one of his gun with him?
Of course.
All right, I am going to do a roll for this. Give me a second. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Okay. So, Constantine, I just rolled to see which of them he takes, and Lord, he is not going to be inconspicuous apparently. He
Well, don't
takes
worry. It's the U.S. You can just say you're a member of the NRA.
in Seattle.
They have those.
All right. But like he takes the one that he had and he just puts it back in the little lock box. And he gets a little cleaning cloth and he fucking pulls out an AK from his lockbox. And he brushes it off and he just nods like, yeah, this will work.
Does he at least put it in like a baggie or something?
He could put it in like a backpack or something.
At least do that. Don't go like, there's only so much the member of the NRA excuse is going to give you for carrying out like a full-on like AK-47 out in public. There's only so much that whiteness can do for you.
He is also normally invisible, but we will say that it has like a little folding stock thing or whatever, and it just fits very, very tightly into a backpack.
Okay. Absolutely. And you do so. Is there any other business you want to do before heading out?
He what was it? He just looks around, tries to make sure everything's all nice and clean. As clean as like this fucking God, his apartment probably has rats, but like he goes and checks everything, turns off the light, locks up his gun cabinet, and puts like a couple of his booby traps in set and just heads on out to the agreed upon location.
So you do. So Brent and Constantine, as you head out to the agreed upon location, of which the agreed upon location looks a little something like.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
As you go to the agreed upon location, the location of which looks a little something like this, and just give me a moment to bring up some pictures.
Okay. Dicks.
The food of which looks a little bit of something like this.
Cheap burger.
It is a real place.
Burger.
It's a rather famous place in Seattle too, as it touts itself as the best milkshakes. So you go to Dick's and you see Dick's. Yeah, that's its name. And it is as busy as ever, as it is sort of a local sort of hotspot to go to when you need cheap burgers and cheap fries. Later, and the place does have like tables on the outside for people to sit in. And in one of those tables, you see this gentleman sitting there eating the plate of food that I just showed you in the player chat. Give me one moment to get a portrait of the gentleman. So you see that gentleman sitting down in his sort of messy hoodie covered in buttons, sort of sitting there eating his burger and his shake as he sees the two of you sort of approach. And as you each are coming up, he sort of looks to the two of you and sort of like nods and tells you to come sit down.
Brent just gives like a nod back before going to take a seat. Send his bag aside.
Well,
It's good to see you two. It's a little bit more I know this is a little bit more unconventional than the abandoned warehouses we usually hold these, but we figure with so much noise and so much busyness going around, it's as good enough as any.
Yeah.
Hiding in plain sight, if you will. He just sort of takes a sip of his shake as he says that, and puts it down. And I'm going to say that as he's going about doing his greeting, that black Chevrolet is driving by, and you two just Melodia and Theodore, you two just happen to be driving past that same Dick's restaurant, as busy as ever. Does Melodia tell Theodore to make a stop?
Honestly, yeah. She can't eat them anymore, but she's still just like, I miss the smell. She misses the smell of burger. She wants to enjoy some burger smell. So she's like, let's stop.
Sure thing.
God, you know parking is just terrible in Seattle, but you are able to find a parking spot that's a little half a block away, at least, from the location. You park and you pay your toll, and you get out, and you and Melodia. Yeah, I'm being kind to them. I'm being kind to them. That's like realistically in Seattle, come on, you would have to go like 2-3 blocks away in order to get a parking spot. Let's be real. I'm just saying they are extremely lucky.
Yeah, that's very lucky.
But yeah, so you park there and you head towards the Dick's restaurant. Again, it's as busy as ever. Melodia, Theodore, I want you to roll for me and awareness and wits check.
Okay.
I whip and I nay-nay. I whip and I nay-nay.
Oh
Hot
gosh, I
damn.
don't even remember where things are. I'm not good
So
at reading this
let's see.
thing.
So wits are under mental attributes,
Oh.
and awareness is on the rightmost column in skill. So for you, let's pull up yours just.
You said it was on the
Oh
right
no!
most?
Hot damn! You have an 8 pool.
Oh, so you add them together?
Yes, it's like
Oh,
loop. Like I said, it's very similar to loop.
interesting. Very interesting. So you said an
8d10,
8.
baby.
Oh, I haven't rolled in so long.
Shake off that rust, baby. Hot damn! You hear everything.
He is on the alert because this is a rather
Theodore
could be
sees
dangerous.
everything. So with your
Is that 7 successes?
oopsie doo, I was so shocked that 7 with your 7 successes. Plasmalodia, she's going up and she's probably all excited to smell like that slight little strawberry smell of some of the shakes that are being made onto the side. You're the first to notice as you look over at a table of 3 individuals in particular. And they seem off to you for a second. And you think for a moment until you realize, well, you recognize the face of the man that they're talking to with the side cut. You recognize him as Gareth. Gareth Gareth, the leader of the Anarchs.
Oh, I know this? I know this.
Yeah, with your incredibly high awareness skill, yes, you do. You not only know who he is, but you know that he must be talking about something important, considering how small of a group that he's talking to. In fact, you can listen in and you hear them talking about a meeting and how happy he is that they arrived. And so you turn over to Melodia and you sort of give her a gentle tap on the shoulder
Absolutely do.
as you tell her, I think we may
I
have found what you've come looking for.
It
And
appears
Melodia
we have.
turns. Yeah, I was going to say you turn around after feeling him tap your shoulder and you see those 3 talking amongst each other. Do you go to interrupt, or do you just stay at distance afar just to listen to them?
Oh, she's gonna go right over. She's like, "Come along, Mr. Teddy," and she starts walking, like motions for him to follow. And she goes over to the table and she's like, "Well met, fellow anarchs."
Who, who is this?
And Garrett sort of looks over and he's just sort of as surprised as you. I'm gonna have to go with my friend here. I don't believe we've ever had the pleasure.
"Oh, I am Melodia," and she offers her hand.
Well, straight out of a Alice in Wonderland book, aren't you?
I actually have that book in my bag. I mean, I should, right? She looks at Theodore and is like, "You did pack Alice in Wonderland, yes?"
Should I roll for it, or should I just assume he did?
If you want to
it's
roll
her favorite?
probability, you can, but I think he would know her well enough to know that she would want that book.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume just for like character's sake he would. He obviously would. This isn't new to him. So yeah, he
then
would.
he actually like slips it out of the bag a little bit. He's like, "Of course. I know
Oh,
what your
thank you.
favorites are."
Thank you, Mr. Teddy.
Seem rather uncharacteristic for this sort of thing, don't you think?
Perhaps you are judging a book by its cover.
Perhaps I am. So we're gonna do a social roll.
Mm.
So, well, let's pick one of the ones that Melodia would do. Would she try to manipulate Gareth or to charm Gareth?
She's not manipulating yet. She saves that for once she's already snuck in. It's easier to manipulate once they know you a little bit, you know? She wants to charm first, so.
So I'm going to say it's charisma and persuasion roll. Damn.
It's a countdown!
Sorry, I keep doing that.
Do
Oopsie
you want to like
doodles.
go to general?
I keep on trying to play for like click like player chat, but my finger sort of clicks too early and presses general. Anyway, so so we'll go ahead and play this little roll out a little bit. So he says, all right, so what makes you think that you're a member of the Anarchs then? What exactly is driving you to be part of us?
Well, I believe that our other society has grown quite dull. Quite iron-fisted. I'm rather tired, and I would like a change in my life. I believe you are responsible for causing change.
And he sort of smiles at this, and this is sort of like, yeah, I have been told that. So you want to help that which wants to initiate change.
That is a good way to put it. Me and Mr. Teddy. And she holds Theodore's hand.
You already have a ghoul. That's unusual.
Is it?
Well, I mean, usually those in high society are the ones that tend to carry around ghouls.
Perhaps I come from a high place and aim to change it.
It's kind of ironic that you would keep a ghoul and say that.
Mr. Teddy is very happy in my care.
All right.
She does look expectantly at Theodore at that, like, speak up, talk about how
Uh,
wonderful I am.
I mean, yeah, so I was about to say. Sorry, I'm not used to talking as him yet. His wording is different than I'm used to. Yeah, so he does lift his head. Like, Melodia is a sweet and wonderful girl, and it is my absolute pleasure to be here for her in every way I can.
Hmm. Usually I would trust that, but it's hard to tell that from, well,
So I have to ask
what
really quick,
ghouls are
is he
you?
still wearing his outfit with bows and stuff, or
Yes, they're both still
would he have
fancy
changed?
dressed.
Yeah, you are still fancily dressed with the frills, I'm afraid. But hey, it's Capitol Hill, so someone wearing a weird outfit's not that unusual.
Oh, that's amazing.
So, well, yeah, so Gareth continues as he's just sort of like, well, I mean, that's good to hear. Though, I suppose that's kind of hard to tell from that and the usual speak that ghouls are tend to be programmed to do. But you know what? I might give you a shot.
And,
And he sort of motions you two to sit down.
Mr. Gareth,
Hmm?
are you sure we should just let someone who just walked up just sit down like this? I don't know. I feels
To be frank, you have nothing to worry about, Brent. Besides, I already have both of their scents.
uh,
And he sort of, sort of wiggles an eyebrow, sort of lifts his eyebrow, sort of like a, yeah, I already have your scent.
Melodia is not intimidated. She's just like, as to be expected.
Well, in fact, when you say that, you do notice he does have, his eyes are sort of a unusual shade of yellow, almost a wolf's-like yellow. Usually only gangrels tend to have that sort of shade of yellow.
She makes
He's a
note of it.
vampire mutt.
She makes note of it. As she's like, I believe I was told I can sit. So, if you have no further objections, I would like to sit.
Not at all, little lady. Just go ahead and sit down. Your ghoul's welcome too, as well.
Of course he is. And she sits and pats the spot next to her for Theodore.
Theodore does sit. It's like, I appreciate it, sir.
French
Right.
is gonna keep quiet, but he's kind of eyeing a little at William and Teddy. Theodore, I mean.
Any other? What is
Con-
Constantine?
Constantine has literally been eyeballing them the entire time with his hands almost steepled to his chin. And he's just almost been glowering at them this entire time because he notices that they're nobility. He has a very intense stare, but it's kind of noticeable that he doesn't like them.
Melodia
Oh, yeah.
absolutely has noticed and is kind of looking at him like, I believe we were here to be a part of a group. Surely it's not falling apart already.
Constantine just sort of waves his hand from her to Gareth, go on.
Well, I guess before our hopefuls decided to join us, I had a matter that I needed you two to take care of. And now that I think about it, this might be a good opportunity to test these two on their loyalties, I guess. If you really hold no loyalty to the Camarilla anymore, then you won't have any problem with this assignment. So, word on the grapevine, or at least word from my little birds, have told me that the Prince Hopeful of the Camarilla has gone missing. A young boy by the name of Percy, I think it was.
Yes.
He's a Ballard, so. And he sort of looks over and he's like, "Oh, so you know of Percy?"
She nods.
Yeah. Apparently, he's a young one, a young member of the Ventru. He pulls out his phone and he sort of flips through and briefly shows it to you four as you see a picture of a small blonde-haired boy, probably no older than, at least in human appearance, than about maybe 17, 18 or something. I mean, legally he might be an adult, but he is still very much boyish in look. Blonde eyes, blonde hair, blue eyes, very
But of
skinny,
course,
very lanky.
can Melodia recall that in the message sent to Lionel, Percy was described as hesitant?
Yes.
She does say that out loud, like, I believe he was described as hesitant about his future role.
I see you've done your reading up. Yeah, as from what we've heard, he's not exactly very thrilled about the new position that he's been given by the Camarilla. So this presents a new opportunity to us. I believe that he might be able to be persuaded.
To
To work with us. To work as our to work as our eyes and ears on the inside.
hmm,
To essentially, in name, work with the Camarilla, but in all power and control handed over to the Anarchs.
isn't that a little risky?
Quite frankly, it's a risk that we're kind of forced to take. We don't really quite have the numbers to really make any brave sort of move against the Camarilla.
Like Constantine just sees all of this and he just like kind of does his little raspy chuckle like and then he just signs over to Gareth. He's a royal. Good luck.
Yeah, he's a royal, but he's also extremely gentle. Apparently, the boy doesn't even really. The boy refuses to hunt. The boy is a Ventru, and he chooses, regardless of the vomiting, to be a vegetarian.
Oh, but huh? That's
Yeah, despite the vomiting, too, since Ventru are rather opposed to that.
Is Gareth paying attention to his milkshake?
Nope.
Can Melodia grab it?
Hold on. Okay, that's a dexterity and finesse. Or, I should say, dexterity and. Well, yeah, a dexterity and athletics to sort of do it. Well, no, actually, a dexterity and a subterfuge, I should say, since that's a sneaky. Nope.
She tried to take it sneakily. She just wanted to sneak.
Oh.
Gareth just sort of looks like, and he's just sort of like, hungry little lady?
Not hungry. I just like the smell. I can't stomach it.
Fair enough. He just sort of shrugs and he's like, you're free to do it. And he just sort of hands it to you.
She does take it, and she's just like, hmm. And she looks pleased.
Yeah, the strawberries. I do miss it. But in any case, the boy has sort of gone missing a little bit. And I think if we're able to find him first, we might be able to make him more sympathetic to our side and maybe more willing to work with us a little bit.
Brent just kind of looks aside. Just thinking about last time, just like,
Constantine just kind of shrugs, and then he notices Brent's kind of distress and just kind of pats a hand on his shoulder, like, you'll be all right, sort of gesture.
Yeah.
What do you think about the plan, Mr. Teddy?
If there's a way to find out what his thoughts are on the anarchy first, that might make it where we know how to approach things.
Well, I suppose the only way to do that is to ask the boy himself. That's going to be rather difficult. Doesn't help that his brother happens to be searching for him, too.
Oh, that does complicate the situation.
Yeah, an older son of a bitch by the name of Ardman.
Oh. Can she place two and two together about the phone call?
Yep.
She's like, oh, that's what's going on. I believe I might be knowledgeable about the situation.
Have you now?
An acquaintance received a phone call about someone named Ardman losing someone.
Hmm. Yeah, that is what my little birds have told me, too. It's not really a good look. Ardman already sort of lost the seat to his power, as he was supposed to be the one to be the prince.
You don't suppose it's conspiracy?
Well, it doesn't as well. Yeah, that certainly does complicate matters. It also doesn't help that there are certain members of the Anarch movement that are looking to find Percy and cut out the middleman and kill him.
Oh, that helps no one. This plan is much more civilized and useful.
Hmm.
Yeah, we'll try telling that to my second in command, Nelson. He believes that we should send a message to the Camarilla. Cut Percy off by the head and roll it to him as a bit of a present, as he says.
If he
Constantine
really is as
rolls
gentle
down.
as you say, he sounds like he'd be a good ally.
Yeah, that's what I think, but try telling that to Nelson and his goons. In any case, last the kid was seen, he was last seen exiting out of the campus of his preparatory school. Hanlon's, I think it was. Hanlon's School for the Gifted.
does Brent recognize that name?
Why don't you roll for me? And intelligence plus academics.
Hee hee. That would be a 7 goal. Oh, he knows.
Yeah, he does. Mostly because, let's face it, most of the kids from your college came from Hanlon's. Hanlon's, again, it's a very expensive, very well-known preparatory school in the area. Only the richest and the smartest end up going there, and they say when you get out of Hanlon's, you're pretty much kind of guaranteed kind of a free ride to any sort of school you want. You also know that Hanlon's has a bit of a secondary purpose to it. It's a school where the Camarilla elite send their kids.
Right, hearing that name, the preparatory school, is like, I made note that.
Well, you better get to it.
Well,
Search the place and try to find out where he might have went.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good luck. And, I suppose God help you.
Thanks.
And he gets up and walks off.
I could really need it myself. And Brett kind of like muddles that to himself.
Okay. And on that, we'll go ahead and cut to a break. 10-minute break. We'll go ahead and give the 1, 2, 3. One. Cool. So, after your meeting, Gareth already walked off and has sort of disappeared into the crowd as you four are sort of left alone to sort of talk amongst yourselves, I suppose. If you desire so, otherwise we can head off to the school, I suppose, would be your first location to go to. Unless you had other plans.
I mean, Brent would want to go there. I think he would know where it is.
You'd know where Hamlin's is.
Yeah. I think he would know where it is. I mentioned before they go, Rick just kind of gives a little. Again, he gives like one more look at Million and Theodore, and was just looks like he's about to say something, but kind of just looks away, just kind of mumbling something.
Theodore just gives him a friendly smile in return. Like, we're all friends here. We're all in the same group.
Constantine is very noticeably staying way off to the side of wherever the group is. Of like where the group is walking. And he's just kind of side-eyeing everyone else. Holding on to the straps of his backpack. Fairly intently.
Melodia is gonna go over to bother him. Melodia is literally gonna go over and be like, "You used sign language earlier."
He just looks over at her and nods.
Is this your only method of communication?
He shakes his head.
How else do you communicate?
He what was it? His what was it? He you can hear him like coughing for a second, and then It's like speak. he just sort of, after he finishes coughing up a lung, he just gestures over to his throat and he's just like, not very, and he just mouths the words, not easy.
I see. That explains it. It's one of the languages I should probably learn then.
Constantine just shrugs.
What is your name?
uh he okay, so he what was it, he doesn't really keep his name written anywhere on him, so he has to struggle to say it. Constantine.
Constantine. That's a very handsome name. She's just smiling. She's very clearly being polite.
He just very quietly says thank you in Serbian.
Is that... She actually replies in Russian. Like, in Russian, she replies, "Do you speak Russian?" Strange, it sounded like it for a moment. Oh well. She shrugs. She goes back to Theodore and is like, "Oh, Mr. Teddy, we've found a group. How wonderful."
This truly is. I think we can make big changes together.
Oh, are you excited?
Very excited. And
Oh,
did I
good.
overhear you're wanting to learn sign language?
Yes, I would like to. Our new friend Constantine has a hard time communicating verbally.
Splendid. We've been needing a new thing to study together.
Oh, of course, of course. They're way too happy to be anarchs. But they are.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the striking thing for you, Constantine, and for you, Brett, is that, yeah, these two are a little joyous to be like anarchs. Seems almost unusual for these really, really extremely happy folks to be part of the movement.
I'm sorry, Mom, I fell.
Don't worry.
I'm so sorry.
Brett trips and eats shit.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear the
We'll
noise.
say we'll say
Constant.
a bottle was dropped or something.
Yeah, Joe's mom was just up. Yeah, I can't exit Joe's phone. Oh,
Constantine taps Brent on the shoulder. And he like motions him over toward them.
yes. Amber kind of leans in closer to.
While they're
Constantine.
walking, like he's trying to do this as discreetly as possible, while he's eyeing the other two, he just starts signing to Brett. I do not trust them.
I know that. I know. I know. Brett kind of tries to like discreetly like look over at Manila and Theodore over looking back at Constantine. Just I know. I don't know what they want or something. It doesn't seem weird that they're suddenly like walk up to the table.
Constantine is just looking over at the other two, and he's just like, and he just signs again, and he just signs again to Brett. Watch your back.
Mm-hmm. Brent gives a quick nod, and before saying it's like, I think we should, keep way below. I seem kind of wary.
Constantine nods, and he like, as if, and he tries to like keep up this little charade by almost acting like Brent is the one keeping them behind. So he like, so it looks like he kind of forcefully pushes him, pats him on the back, like.
Okay. So without further ado, I'm just going to say that you, with Brent's direction, you do find yourself in front of the front entrance of Hanlon School for the Gifted. If anyone wants to make a, we'll just say, intelligence and academics roll to find out more, or to at least remember more than that, they're free to do so.
I can roll for Brent. Let's see. Yep.
Okay, so in that order. Oh, hold on.
Sorry, I'm slow.
It's okay. It is absolutely okay, dear. So in order, Constantine, you know for a fact that really only little rich shits come here. Rich shits always come here just to drop off their kids just for free rides to any expensive school that they want, and in literally any other normal context, you wouldn't even bother coming near this place. Vivi, again, you do know that, or at least Brent knows, with your 5 successes, that that this school is rather famous. Aside from it being a very good preparatory school, that excuse me, that you also know that it's rather famous for Ventru protege to come here. Now, this strikes you as a little bit odd, since usually in kindred society, vampire children are rather unusual. Not unheard of, obviously, as Melodia is sort of a sign of that. But unusual, to say the least. Especially since, why would you give the gift of immortality to little more than... Why would you curse a child with that? To eternally be a child for the rest of their life?
Yeah, that sounds weird.
But you know that those accidents tend to happen. And when those accidents happen, they tend to sweep those accidents under the rug and sort of send them here to the school. Send them in, give them a good enough education, then spit them out. You also know that not everyone in that kindred family is necessarily born human or necessarily born vampire. Some are born perfectly human, and although although the Ventru clan would much rather prefer to only let vampire kind know who they are, it's not unusual for them to send what little human kin that they remember having here, just to sort of keep up appearances, keep their name up, that sort of thing. Now, Melodia, you recognize this school because you've been to this school. You've been to this school, did it, graduated from it, top of your class. You were able to basically sort of speed past the school, as this was far beneath anything that far beneath you, essentially. Which is true, because again, this school, as prestigious as it is, and as famous as it is, it's literally just kind of a free ride for brats. You kind of got that idea, and you were kind of disgusted by the idea. So you thought it was better just to sort of cancel that, blast through that education as fast as you could, and just continue on your studies independently with tutors and independent study. And Theodore, you pretty well got the same idea. It's pretty well same thing. After all, you're the one that's in charge of her independent study. So you would know. You are, for all intents and purposes, her teacher now. And you've always found this location to be sort of, again, really beneath anyone who was really serious about their education. That, again, this is literally just kind of a very expensive playground for the various mistakes and brats of kindred society, essentially. Or rich brats of any rich human family, too. So, yeah. So you're here. Where do you guys want to start looking at first?
Would Brent know? Do I have to roll to see if Brent would know, like the layout of the place?
Let's see. Let's go with intelligence and awareness.
Okay.
Those of you who have had memories of the school, aside from Constantine, who only knows about the reputation of the school, not necessarily the layout, you can go ahead and roll the same roll.
So what was that?
That was intelligence and awareness. So Del, honey, you're free to do that as well, if you'd like.
Oh my goodness, that will be a 9.
We got a smart boy!
You are a seeing boy. You are a very smart boy.
I was
Mr.
educated.
Teddy is very smart. I would not accept a dum-dum as my butler.
And
They didn't
indeed,
get as
no,
many.
you didn't, as you got the highest. So, Brent, Melodia, you both know, you at least know where the front desk is, and you at least remember, the front desk, and you remember that whole thing. However, Theodore, from what you remember, yeah, you've helped your lady go through this school so many times and go through so much of the layout of this building that you basically know the layout of this building kind of like on the back of your hand. You know where the front desk is, you know where all the various classes are in this school, where the teachers are, where they lounge, where the cafeteria is. You are basically kind of a living map of the school and could go anywhere in the school that you want.
He probably interned here too, honestly. Learned to
You
be an
remember
independent teacher.
Well, you remember in your life as a human that you probably had at least sought, or maybe even were. It depends on how much he remembers, I suppose. You wanted to be a teacher's aide here. So it would make sense that you would actually want to know the layout of the school.
Mm-hmm.
So with that sort of knowledge in mind, I guess where does Theodore head first?
Oh goodness. Where are we wanting to go exactly? Where do we think would be the best clues here?
Well, the first thing would be to, at least with your awareness check, there is always the front desk. You could always just ask. You could always ask about Theodore, where he was last seen, and
Percy.
everything. Sorry, you could Percy. Sorry, my mind's a little bleh. But yeah, you could always ask where Percy was.
Lady, do you think we should ask the front desk or should we just look around? I know this place well, but
But wandering
I don't know
blindly has
Percy
never
that well.
really led to what you need to find. It's always good to get a perspective. So yes, we should speak to the front desk.
Very well. So
Do
that's where he
Constantine
wants
and
to lead.
Brent agree?
Brent's hesitant about it. Saying that Theodore seems to know something. Seems to know more way around. I guess it's like, well, it's going to go to the front desk anyways.
Constantine just looks over at them, at all of them. Then he looks over at Brent, and then he just like sort of motions his head over to them and nods, where it's just like, go with it.
Brent gives like a nod. Again, gives a nod to Constantine, or goes to follow and to see where Theodore will take them.
Melodia is pretty short. Is she tall enough to like? She's tall enough to probably see over the desk, but is she tall enough to like be standing like a head's height above this desk? Because some desks I've seen at places like these are fairly tall for like kids to stand near, and like she's 14, but she says she was a short 14-year-old.
So at best, your eyes might be able, or head at most might peek over the desk.
Yeah, when she notices that, she's like, "Well, that won't do. Mr. Teddy, please lift me." She like
So
holds out
is
her
she
arms.
short enough for him to hold her over his, like let her sit on his shoulders, or is she?
She's probably
On
short
your,
enough for it.
and to be fair, you're a ghoul. You're strong enough to do so.
That's totally where he would put her.
She just gets lifted onto his shoulders and she's like, "Ah, thank you, Mr. Teddy."
You might want to lower yourself a bit when you enter the building. Not to say the dwarf cave is big enough.
They both squat as they walk in.
Well, he could just sort of carry her bridal style or something.
No, it has to
No,
be
he
on the
wants her over his
shoulders.
shoulders.
Okay, sure. Okay, so you both do so, and you go to the front desk. Although this is a very fancy school, and it's obviously very modern, very sleek. You go into the front desk, and it is like most other front desks, even as modern as they are, that any other school would have. It has the musty old scent of old paperwork and pencils and everything and of the like, and of the cheap cleaner that you would find in most schools. But you go there and you see an older woman sort of sifting through paperwork and sifting through her computer as she notices you four sort of come in. And she looks over at you, just sort of like she lowers her glasses a little bit just to sort of look over, just sort of like a huh, and is like, so can I help you?
Hello, my good lady. We are searching for the most recent place that a certain student has been at these premises.
Well, we got a lot of them. Who exactly are you meaning in specifics?
Percy Pellert.
A little Percy. Huh. Hmm. I haven't seen that little one in quite a bit of a while. Hmm. And well, to whom might I be asking? Or to whom might be asking this?
My name is Melodia.
Oh, well, that's a pretty name, but that doesn't do me no good. You a cousin, a sister, what
A
is
friend of the
what?
family. My father was worried about his state of being, but he's a little busy with work, so I decided to come and do it for him.
Roll. Roll for me. So, are you lying or are you manipulating?
Manipulating.
So, manipulation and persuasion. Oh, trust me, this is a good roll for her. And it is.
She's playing to her strengths.
Shoot, I was trying to press everything. Oops.
Reflexes are on point.
Well, in any case, oops. Uh, um, so, um, so you say that, and she looks at you for a moment, but she looks you up and down. You know, she looks at you, and then Constantine looks at your clothing and just sort of like, well, you do seem to be dressing a little bit at the same. Ah, right. You must be one of those types. Okay. Um, let's see. Last I heard Percy, it's like last I remember. And she sort of clicks through her computer. Uh, his sixth period class was with a Miss Veronica over in room 315, over by the art rooms, I think.
Thank you very much, my good lady.
Yeah.
And she kind of motions for Theodore to lead the way while still carrying her
Yep.
because she likes to be carried.
Well, of course I'll still carry. So, yeah. Theodore also nods to the lady and he's like, "Thank you very much, miss. You have a good day." Turns to head out.
The
You
second
too.
the second they are out of earshot, Melodia rolls her eyes and she's like, "One of those types. Yeah, much like you, madam."
Sure. You don't know if she was a vampire or not. Unless you want to make a roll.
Hmm. What role would it be?
Probably occult and intelligence.
Is it just for Lillian?
Unless you want to roll too, because Constantine and Brent are in the same room.
And it's
Can I
just
roll
a cult?
Sure.
I'm gonna do
Cult
it.
and intelligence? Oh gosh, that's my one of my other strengths.
It's occult and
Wait.
intelligence.
Intelligence.
That's another 9 for me.
Constantine. Oh, Brent knows. Constantine is just browsing, I guess.
Constantine just doesn't care, or doesn't care to be aware enough to do so.
Oh wait, no, shit. Did one success with like 2 critical fails? What the?
Huh?
There's like
Oh
2
yeah,
critical.
the ones.
Oh, ones affect the game?
Believe so, if I remember correctly.
Mm,
They kind of take away from a success.
Aw, boo.
oh.
In that
Uh,
case, Theo's the only one who knows.
unless, hold on.
I
Let me
can't
check my
fight, but I
reference
got
book.
brains.
Yeah, I was like confused. It's like, wait, I have like 2 ones and like 2 and like a critical success and a success.
Just give me one moment to double check.
That's an interesting mechanic. Case. Oh,
Mhm.
So, but, um,
Theo's the only one
yeah.
who succeeds.
Yep. Admittedly, I won't take away from any other sort of successes that you have, so. Let's roll up, just. Alright, so.
Mm, I
Yeah,
guess I'm.
okay, sorry, I just wanted to be sure about a rule. Sorry
Oh,
for the gaps of silence. Anyways,
no,
so.
it's
I did
good.
stop recording for a good chunk of it.
Okay, so re-record if you would.
I'm recording.
All right, so sorry about everyone, or sorry about that to those listening. I just needed to recheck a rule real quickly. So, yes, so failures count against a success. That is what we have learned. So from this point forward, when you roll a 1, that takes away from a success. All right, so with the last roll, I guess that means that the only one who got a success that time was Theodore. Uh, Theodore, you could tell almost instantaneously that that old woman was just a regular old woman. That woman was not a vampire, at least not to any sort of knowledge that you have.
So she was just like, oh, it's a rich type.
Yeah. From what you could assume, this person must have meant, yeah, um, it's basically just a rich type. The old lady could have just as easily have just meant that just to be like, oh, you're a rich type.
what did Melodia mutter before?
She muttered something about like, she said something along the lines of one of those types. Yeah, like you're one of those types. She was essentially saying, oh, I could say the same about you, bitch.
Oh. Oh, she didn't understand much, I think, what she saw of us. Let her judge in her ignorance.
Of course, of course. We can't expect everyone to be civilized.
So, in any case, you head to room 315, the art room. So,
Indeed,
and
indeed.
you go there. It is from the window as you peek inside before opening that door. It looks like basically any sort of art room that you would ever see in a high school or any sort of public school, just decorated a little bit more modern and sophisticated, I guess. So you open it and you go in and you see a woman looking like that she's grading papers. There aren't really any kids or anything in the classroom. She seems to be just sort of going about her business as she sees you four sort of come in. Uh, this woman. She appears to be a slender woman, long brown hair, normal sort of business dress sort of attire, uh, blue eyes, glasses, a pretty average kind of looking woman from the first impression. But she sort of looks over to you and she's just sort of like, "Oh, yes, can I help you?"
You're, we're just wanting to look for someone.
Oh, well, I guess I'll try to help as much as I can. Are you a sibling or an associate of one of my students? Or...
Well, oh, friends. We're gonna looks over at Lillian. Socian.
Yes, associates.
I see. Well, which student would it happen to be?
Percy.
Percy. Oh, yes. Um, hmm. Well, I don't really remember too much about where he went. I just. Hmm. I do know that he was picked up by his brother. His brother came to pick him up, and they left together last I checked.
Do you know where they were headed?
No, I'm not sure. All I remember is that his brother was insistent that they hurry, that they were late for something.
Or something?
Nah, they didn't really bother to say much. They seemed rather in a hurry. Percy was rather resistant about it. I don't think. I just assumed it was just brotherly disagreements, but. Bardman seemed rather. It's like his brother seemed rather forceful about it. Seemed like a messy family affair, but. You know those situations. Can't mess with that unless you want a whole cavalcade and cocktail of things happening on you. Basically, the teacher's basically saying, "Yeah, I would have done something, but you know."
Constantine is listening to all this, and he just nods, like he's very understanding of this.
I see. Melodia looks concerned. Well, where might he be then? She's having a
I'm
hard
sorry.
think about it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't be much more help than that.
No, it's fine. They're just wanting to know if you know.
Constantine just kind of does like a wave off of his hand, like, no, it's nothing.
I do hope that boy is okay. He was always such a kind and sweet boy.
Yeah, I hope so too. Mm. I'm just kind of like looking over to the side, kind of just eyeing over at Constantine.
Constantine looks over at Brent, and he like you can see he's thinking for a second, then he like sort of snaps his fingers and then like motions Brent over again.
Brent kind of moves in closer.
He signs to Brent, we should check the cameras.
Oh, yeah, we should do that. Where do you think we should be?
And he just like signs to him, talk to them.
Where is Constantine like pointing at?
He's pointing to like Melodia and Theodore because he's like, talk to them. They probably know more about this place than we do.
Right.
Probably more Theodore than Melodia.
Brent?
If his roles are any indication.
Oh, I imagine Brent kind of, hearing this kind of, just like nod and approaches Benolian and Theodore. Which is like, you wouldn't mind if I talk to both of you outside?
What do you think, Mr. Teddy?
I'm fine with talking with our fellow team.
Then yes.
Brent like motions them like outside of the classroom. Just so he doesn't, the teacher doesn't catch wind about it,
Right.
Imagine once they're out, like, it's just like, do you happen to know where the cameras are? We might be able to check there.
Oh, yes, I do know.
Oh,
I'm going to say wouldn't it be like locked or something? Should he say that? Do they need a key or would it be unlocked?
I'm going to say with as many successes as you had, you would know that at least the security room would at the very least, the room would be locked.
Yeah. So he's like, I do know where it is. It is locked though.
I think I might. I was just thinking about this for a moment. Just if we're scouring, like looking into his bag, see what he has. Does Britt have like the materials for his, to do a ritual?
Which ritual is he wanting to do?
Clinging of the insect.
Clinging of the insect. Why is he wanting to use clinging of the insect?
I imagine so, more so he can be able to get past without maybe not being noticed.
Well, I mean, it is like a straight. It's in the building behind a door, so eventually you are going to have to just get in front of the door and like open it. I am going to just advise you, I don't see how climbing against the walls like a spider would help.
Oh, I thought.
Like, it's in the building you are in right now. I am just going to say that.
Okay. Sorry, I got confused.
It's okay.
Okay, never mind. I'm just
okay.
looking forward. It's just like, wait, no, it's not. We could just walk and then kind of like Yeah, like whisper over your shoulder, just like, okay, can you lead the way? Um,
Dermis, I want to ask something.
Sure.
I want Constantine to come up with a plan, and I want to see if this works.
What is his plan?
So Constantine has two obfuscate powers that basically makes him undetectable to most people, like walking around normally. I want to see if he can find a security guard and steal the keys from them, probably by force, knowing him.
Oh,
Okay.
brilliant.
So I'm guessing he's wanting to use Cloak of Shadows, I guess?
Yeah, Cloak of Shadows.
Or, let's see.
Yeah, it is Cloak of Shadows. He has that. There's Cloak of Shadows and there's Silence of Death. Cloak of Shadows would probably be better because he would literally be invisible.
Let me just check up on that ability just real.
It's on page 261.
Thank you, thank you.
I put the page numbers specifically right next to these because of this.
I keep forgetting that. Let's see, standing perfectly still. Okay, so the only one, Cloak of Shadows only works if if you happen to be standing still. Silence of Death silences your sound, but it doesn't like make you invisible. The only one that makes you completely invisible while moving is Unseen Passage. Do you happen to have Unseen Passage?
I do not have Unseen Passage, but I do have Silence of Death and Cloak of Shadows. So methinks I want to use Silence of Death.
I have Unseen Passage.
Oh.
oh,
Okay. Are we going to get Melodia in on his plan?
If he
Would he-
wants,
That's up to
If-
Yeah, would he
Constantine.
share it with her?
that's if
That's
Melodia is willing to. That's if Constantine's willing to share that plan with Melodia.
Actually, okay. I have a really funny idea I want to do with this. So
Sure.
I want to have Melodia like sneak up on I want to have Melodia sneak up on him and like distract the guy. And then Constantine comes out from behind and knocks the guy unconscious.
Oh my god.
God.
How rough.
Go ahead and. How rough indeed.
We truly are becoming anarchists.
Truly.
Hmm. Oh, boy.
Melodia is
So
good at manipulation. She would be willing to do that.
okay, can we do that?
Communicate it to her.
All right. So Constantine like starts like clicking his tongue and snapping his fingers like he's trying to call someone, and eventually he just gives up and signs to Brent. Brent, call the girl.
Yeah. Kind of, I kind of like looks over the lion and is just like, do you happen to know your way to, I don't know, maybe get a key without being noticed? Whatever.
Without being noticed. And she's thinking, why? Did one of you have an idea?
No.
Constantine kind of waves and he's like, and then he points to his chest like, and then he like gestures to Melodia. You come with me.
Okay. And she's like, please put me down, Mr. Teddy.
Oh yeah, he had her on her. Yes, he does that.
Thank you. And she goes over to Constantine, like, what do you need from me?
He tries to explain it in like the simplest like visual language that he can communicate. But he basically says to her, I want you to distract guard. I will take from guard.
Ah, distraction. I can do that very easily.
Constantine nods.
Well,
Okay.
there's the plan. So let's go find that guard with the key.
So while Brett and I will just for expedite this. So while Brett and Theodore sort of wait at the end of the hallway a little bit for their signal, uh, let's go ahead and let's see. And Dell's wanting to use unseen passage.
No, because I'm distracting. I would need to be seen, actually.
Okay, cool. So you do see the guard outside of his security room. He seems to be like checking his phone for something. So he's scrolling on his phone, just sort of waiting by. What does Melodia do?
She approaches him and says, excuse me, sir.
Uh,
I'm lost.
yeah, and
Well, I would appreciate if you could help me.
uh, all right. So where now? Where did you need to go?
Mm, one of the art rooms.
Which one?
I actually don't know.
What you mean you don't know?
I'm rather new.
And he sort of mutters under his mouth. These dumb rich brats. All right. Well, do you at least remember if it was like one of them laugh drawing things or the pottery things or
Life drawing.
all right. Well, there's at least three of them rooms, and is Melodia pretty well kind of going on this long thing just continually with this guy?
Yeah, she's drawing it out, and at one point she figures if I say something rude, that'll really keep his attention. Like she's like, if I can get him pissed. So she says, thank you, you uncivilized pig.
What the hell do you mean by that?
I don't know. Probably what you meant when you called me a stupid rich brat.
Now, you listen here, young lady. I will not stand here, and he pretty well kind of goes on that sort of tirade. If Constantine wants to go ahead and do something, what will Constantine do?
Constantine uses his silence power, and like are they just in one place right now, or are they walking?
One place.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the
Well,
guard stepped forward enough to where if you were to do like a something from behind, you could. So they've stepped forward a little bit.
he doesn't notice Constantine literally just emerging from some weird shadow, and then you notice, and then for a split second, like what was it? Melodia can kind of see that he brought out his that like fucking Constantine brought out his big honkin' knife, and then he stares at it for a second, flips the hilt around to where he's like using the blunt end instead of the sharp end, and just with one quick jerk of his arm, fucking just whacks him on the back of the head.
All right. Well, actually, for that, I'm going to have you do a dexterity plus athletics. Because although silence of death does mean he does not hear you, I do still want you to do the act.
Cool. We have, let's see here, 3d10. He succeeded.
Yeah, succeeded enough. So you do that. You pretty well just sort of take the blunt end and just sort of, as he says, "See here, young lady," as you just bonk, just sort of bop him in the back of the head and cause him to collapse onto the floor in front of you.
She steps onto his unconscious body to get over to Constantine. She's like, what an ugly man.
Constantine just shrugs, and then he like points with his knife to where the keyring is on the guy's pants.
She leans down and takes the keys.
You now have a large key ring.
I suppose we should get back to the others.
Constantine nods and just kind of motions her along.
Thank you for the chance to have some fun, Mr. Constantine.
And she hurries along to Theodore.
He follows up behind a little slower. Again, trust thing.
She goes over to Theodore and is like,
We have the keys. And I got to see a very rude man get knocked out.
Oh, bravo! Sounds like you had a fun time.
Very delightful.
Wasn't what I expected. Okay. We have the keys. Which one goes to that door?
Boy, that sounds like something that an intelligence/investigation check would probably help with. So whoever wants to do an intelligence/investigation check, go ahead and do that for me.
I look at Brent's like 6 pull die.
He only has 2. But I'm gonna try it. Oh,
Motherfucker.
no, yeah.
wait, I rolled d6s, not d10s, I'm stupid.
Doesn't matter, you still got successes.
I will allow the yeah.
See, if this was Luke,
Go ahead.
that roll would have slapped.
Got to fucking bunch.
He got a T. He got a 10.
A 10.
A 10.
Okay, let's see. So you had to roll 3 d10s, right? Or what was yours was 2. Never mind. That was the last one. Let's roll down. So yep, Brent did not succeed. Constantine did succeed. Yours wiggled out to 1. And yours also wiggled out to 1. So Theodore, Melodia, and Constantine, you can sort of, through like quick process of elimination, you're able to kind of just sort of flip through them enough, and all 3 of you can kind of see this center one with sort of the gray top on top of it. Yeah, that's more likely the security guard or like the security room key. Seems like this dumb asshole even sort of like scratched an S onto the onto the gray plastic top bit at the top.
Perfect.
But
Shall we
Brent, you're still sort of like, you're still kind of just like nervous. Do you really notice?
Yeah. Kind of nervous over the fact that they knocked over the guard.
Yeah, there is still the issue of the passed out guy.
Yeah. How long they have until they notice.
So are you going to do anything about the passed out motherfucker on the floor?
Is there somewhere like drag him to hide him?
Just put him in the bathroom.
He'll think
Literally,
he took a piss too hard, and then he'll wake up and he'll be like, whoa, that was a wild piss. Better get back to work.
literally just drag his unconscious body on top of a toilet in one of the stalls.
Cool, so that's going to have to be a strength and athletics to drag his fat ass to a toilet.
That's only one pull for Brent. What do you do? No. Do I have to roll? Is this?
Yeah.
If you're wanting to be the one to drag him, sure. Unless you
Or
can convince one of them to drag
Melodia sure ain't doing it.
Constantine can do it.
Theodore can try, but strength isn't his strong suit.
Haha. Strength. Constantine's pretty strong. He can do it.
I want to imagine that Brent tries to do it on his own. He tries to. And he
So
fails.
this. Oh no.
He
Yeah,
fails.
you try to do it, and you try to get a grip onto him, but he's kind of weirdly greasy. So it's kind of hard to get a good grip on him.
Oh, gross, gross, gross. Brent kind of like looks over at Constantine, kind of like motions him over.
Constantine just rolls his eyes. Let me see. Roll 4d10.
God.
That's enough. So you're able to kind of just lump him onto your back as you are able to carry him. Yeah, he's still as greasy and odd smelling as you would imagine him to have smelt like when you were close to him, but yeah, you're able to stomach it and do it.
Gross.
Wow.
Gross.
The staff has really gone downhill here.
That's so gross.
How pathetic.
It's just wiping the grease off his pants. Ugh.
Constantine just kind of rolls his eyes at all of them being so grossed out by this, considering he is a hobo man and he has dealt with far worse. And he just like slumps this guy up he just slumps this guy up almost onto his shoulder, like in a fireman's carry sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. And you are able to drag him to the bathroom, and well, you can either choose to throw him onto the floor of the bathroom, or like slump him on into one of the toilet seat stalls.
He just plops him on one of the toilet seats, and he even makes a little bit of a mess of it in there to make it seem like he really knocked out. Like he rolls down the toilet paper roll a little bit, leaves the door ajar a bit, and
Mm-hmm.
and then he just looks at his handiwork and he just like does this with his hands, just and heads back.
More like a wild shit.
Oh yeah, he also would have to pull down the guy's pants, but yeah, like he does all that.
God.
So you do that, and it's convincing enough that he's just passed out on the toilet. Hopefully he believes it too. But in any case, okay, you have the security guards in the bathroom. You now have a security key ring. Do you head straight? Do you just make a beeline straight to the security room?
Yep.
Okay, so you make a beeline into the security room. Constantine, with you still having the key ring in your hands, you take that key, put it in the lock, and open that door up easy peasy. You go in there, and it is basically your typical sort of security room with all the monitors and everything that you would expect. The
Okay.
security console is like any other. The only outstanding bit, of course, is like the front of the console has a little bit of like food crumbs and everything on it. There's like a plate of unfinished nachos and a half full container of like a big glug slushy.
Can Brent just come, like, is there like a seat in front of it? Like, you just take a seat?
There is one chair there, like a nice swivel chair,
Brent's
nice
gonna, like,
office chair.
I imagine, like, before he takes, he like, brushes off the seat before he takes a seat and, like, brushes the crumbs off the keyboard and tries to figure out a way to get to the, get to the camera footage.
Cool, that's an intelligence technology check.
Okay. Good thing that Brent's good at intelligence and also has some in technology. Yeah.
So while Brent is doing all of this, like all the food that's off to the side, all the food that's off to the side, like Constantine notices it. He just kind of sidesteps over, and he eat, and like at least a couple of them notice that he takes one of the nachos and he eats it, and then after eating it, he's promptly disgusted by it and then just tosses the whole thing in the wastebasket.
Yeah, it is kind of like these are clearly like gas station type nachos with like the cheap radioactive cheese with the cheap little bits of jalapeno inside. You all know the ones if you've ever had to eat gas station nachos.
I ate gas station pizza. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Mm.
And yeah, the big glug is like just one of those big mugged sort of slushy drinks. It's about half full, and you take a smell of it. This isn't completely a slushy. Turns out this guy decided to, well, Irish up his slushy a little bit, so to speak.
Oh no! Don't ruin the slushy.
Constantine like takes notice of this slushy while Brent's doing important shit. He just like sniffs it and he's just like, and he looks kind of stunned by this. And then he like sips it and he's just like, still seems kind of surprised. Then he keeps sipping it.
It tastes exactly what an alcohol and it tastes exactly what a beer infused a beer slash slushy infused drink would taste like, which is just beer with a lot of strawberry fruit punch taste to it, which is it's not that good of a mixture, but maybe to a palate like the guy you just saw before, this might have tasted good. Maybe it ain't the best. Anyways, back to the important rule.
Sorry.
So it's okay. It's fun. It's all fun. Anywho, so to the 3 successes that you got on your intelligence and your tech roll, yeah, I mean, if that moron out in front was able to operate this system, then this was a breeze for you. So you're able to basically, like, wow, yeah, this guy was, boy, there's a lot of emails insisting that, a lot of emails that from the guards insisting that that special cameras needed to be added. You don't bother to read any more than that. But more importantly, you do find the security footage of what was happening outside of the school. The security footage of what happened outside the school and the security footage of the hallway from the front office. And so you sort of scrub through the timelines of those to match roughly towards the end of the school day, which is when you would sort of guess that Percy and Ardman left. So the first footage is of the footage of them walking out of the front office. You see them, and you see that those two, before continuing down the hallway, sort of stop to talk with each other. Obviously, with the security footage, you can't hear the conversation, but from what the body posture sort of tells you, and again, the rest of you can see this, I'd imagine, because I don't think Brent is hiding this.
Yeah,
But
no, he's.
Yeah, so as all of you are seeing on the video screen, the two of them seem to be, with Percy's body language, he seems to be sort of kind of keeping to himself. He's scrunched up on himself. He's sort of like, his body is sort of caving inward, and he's defensive sort of in his body stance. Almost as if he's kind of afraid that Ardman's going to do something to him. Ardman, although he seems to be having a little bit of a friendly sort of stance to him, you can tell it's sort of like an aggressive one, with his chest sort of puffed out and his arms sort of out wide and everything, At first, it sort of seems like the body language seems to suggest that whatever Ardman had said, it was sort of like him trying to, sort of friendly insist to do something with him, whatever that something is. You do see Percy, on the other hand, or at least the other person you assume to be Percy, making sort of a hand gesture that seems like, he's sort of rubbing his arms, looking down at the floor, and that sort of gives you like that's like him saying, and I don't know if I should really do this. I don't really feel comfortable, sort of pose. It's a very uncomfortable pose. Eventually, you do see sort of Ardman sort of roll his head and sort of smack Percy on the back to tell him to move it. And they continue on down the hallway. You switch to the camera footage of the front of the school. As they walk off to the front of the school, a car pulls up. Except it's not a car that you would expect. It's a van. Percy in the footage stops as though he's shocked to see this. Possibly, with Percy's body language, he looks over to Ardman, and from his body language, it sort of looks like he's shocked and he's demanding some sort of explanation from this. But Ardman's body language gets a little bit more aggressive. So aggressive to the point where you see him sort of grab Ardman sort of by the collar of his shirt and sort of pick him up. You then sort of see the side of the van open up as some figures in hoodies sort of like open it, and you see Ardman throw Percy into the back of the van, with the hooded figures sort of then shutting the van immediately, and Ardman then sort of jumping into the passenger seat. The van, almost, in a hurry, then sort of drives off.
Considering like how the cameras are they able to see like what kind of van it is, or
I'll check for a license plate.
Something like that. Something like just
Roll
something.
for me. Roll for me a technology and another technology intelligence.
Okay, so that's another 5d10 for Brent. Yeah. Yeah, he succeeds.
Beppy Ferret. Oh. But anyways, so you do enhance, and you are able to, you're able to get a bit more of a detail on the van. It seems older, rusted. You can tell that the paint underneath it probably used to be sort of a blue color, but obviously some of the paint is sort of chipped away at that a little bit, so it's quite an older van. But more importantly, you do see the license plate, and you're able to kind of quickly record that either on like your phone or on like a piece of paper near the desk, whichever Brent chooses to do. And
I imagine Brent has his phone. He kind of takes a picture of the license plate, and then looks at his phone.
And you do check where sort of like that van was sort of. Okay, well, here's a difficult one. You have sort of two options that you can do here. You can either try to convince the police to cross-reference that license plate, or you can try to hack it yourself from the computer you're at. Although the difficulty on that is going to be high, I'm going to tell you. It's going to require 3 successes to do on your own if you're wanting to do it.
what kind of role would that be for like a?
It's gonna be an intelligence technology check again.
Oh, it might be better for. I think Brent might take it over to the police instead.
Not unless one of your companions wants to give a hand at it.
I mean, does it risk anything to try?
On your own, no.
Yeah, Constantine going over to police is not something he wants to do.
I imagine like Brent kind of like looks over and it was just like, okay, so I might about to try something. It seems a little risky, but
Intelligence and technology.
it's either. Brent's kind of like saying his character's like, okay, so I can try to see if I can get into this computer, see if I can find something, or we can go to the police to see if they know of this license.
Well, we can see what we can do here first before we try to involve other people.
That's true. And it's just thinking over his bed. It's just like, I'll see if I can get something.
I can roll too. It's intelligence plus tech. Is that what it was?
Okay, let me hold on. Okay, there is a teamwork element on this. So how
Is there?
teamwork works on this. So let's see, if two or more characters can effectively work together on a task, such as investigating a crime scene or tag teaming a mark on a confidence game, roll the largest pool among the participants, adding one additional die for each character assisting that has at least one dot in the skill involved. If no skill is involved, anyone can assist.
Okay.
So if you guys have at least one dot in technology, you could, in theory, help Brent, who has the largest.
Yeah, Melodia doesn't have shit.
I have one.
Okay, Tree can help. Theodore can help.
So whichever one of you has the largest. So out of the pool for. So
I think we're the
Theodore's pool
same.
is. They're both the same. All right, so it's either of you could do it.
Okay.
But now your pool is 6 instead of 5.
Okay. Okay. Let's see if this will do it. Yep, it does it.
Yeah.
Yeah, teamwork.
Teamwork. Hold up hand for a high five.
So Brent, Theodore, you both look into the computer and it's a little difficult. This is extremely unusual for you. But through it, you are able to sort of piece together the license plate because somehow Theodore was able to sort of not only find the location of the police's main computer, but also their records on license plates. And you were able to, through your own hacker sort of finagling, you are able to sort of eventually get the license plate owner of said van. Nelson Mitchell's is the name.
Nelson Mitchell. Wait. Does Brent have to do like a recall roll? See if.
Let me see. So that would be an intelligence and Awareness, I think. Intelligence and awareness.
Okay, that's good.
Anyone make that roll?
Well, that's if Brent or Theodore just say the name Nelson Mitchells out loud.
Yeah. It's just like Nelson Mitchells.
So go ahead and roll that intelligence and awareness.
What the fuck? My God.
It's one success.
Pool of 9 for me.
Melodia
Yeah, you're
got
the smart.
two big boy successes, but one of them got negated, but it's okay because it leaves one big boy success.
Ooh, that's a lot of ones. Everything of mine got negated.
My God, negated too.
Constantine can't speak.
Well, does Constantine want to roll?
I forget what role it is. I just got back.
It's okay. Intelligence awareness roll to see what the name Nelson Mitchells means to you.
He only has a 2d10 total, but we'll see.
Cross the fingers.
Actually, wait, it's a 3d10 because he has a 1 in awareness.
Oh,
You
nice.
do. Oh.
Oh,
So-
Him and Melodia have the brain cells tonight.
Nice.
Well, mostly because Constantine, you know who. Well, Melodia only knows because she remembers from the conversation that she remembered Gareth talking about, try telling that to Nelson. He would probably want Percy killed. Constantine, with your 10, you know of Nelson because you have met Nelson once, and you do remember him driving such a van.
Nelson. Can't
The
I?
associate of our leaders.
Huh?
The second in command.
I want to see if I can do a streetwise roll to see if I can, like, remember that, where he might go.
Of course. Y'all want to make a streetwise check?
That's a social check, though, isn't it?
Is this for just Constantine?
Well, let's see. I would say it's more of a wits and streetwise sort of thing.
So that's
You're one.
that's 4d10. That's not terrible.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do that.
So if anyone else wants to roll a wits and streetwise roll, you're more than willing to do it, or you're more than welcome to do it.
Wits and streetwise. That'd also be a 4d6.
4d10.
Hmm.
D10.
D10.
Oops.
Just remember that.
I was like, wait, though. Doesn't. I mean, Brent doesn't know. They couldn't recognize like the name Nelson, or at least.
Well, I mean, Dell Melodia just blurted out, yeah, our second in command. So I would imagine after that clicked.
Okay.
So if you still want to do it, you can.
Okay.
Brent is somehow more knowledgeable about this than Constantine, and Constantine spends all his time on the street.
So,
This is all wits, mind you.
this is all wits, and you were able to. This is all gut sort of reaction. But when you hear that, yeah, Nelson, the name of our associate, and Constantine, Brent, in your time within the Anarchs, you do know that, Nelson does kind of like to hang out in his junkyard a bit, making those scrap statues for a lot of the dumb, hipstery, rich folks who are more than willing to pay for that sort of stuff.
Brent just kind of like looks over at Constantine.
Constantine looks over at Brent and he just gives like a nod to him.
Brent also gives a nod to Constantine before looking back at Manilian and Theodore. She's like, I call this a gut feeling, but I think we might know where it might be.
I suppose we better hurry right away then.
Yeah. Yeah. We should.
Constantine does like a little like rowing his hand gesture, like go, go, go.
Yeah.
Lead the way. And she happily follows as you guys lead.
Shall I drive everyone?
Do you want to drive them there?
Do we need to drive? Is it far away?
It's a good distance away, though not impossible by foot.
I mean,
Better
we've got a car.
drive.
But time is of the essence.
We've got a car,
Yeah.
so
Sure.
why not? Yeah.
Everyone hop in.
Mm-hmm.
We'll open the door and everything.
Melodia yells shotgun and runs to jump to the front seat.
To
Constantine,
the fancy car. Shotgun!
no, like Constantine wants to stop her and be like, no, Brent's giving directions, he takes shotgun.
That is true.
If Melodia wishes to sit front, she can. I can hear people in the back as well. But it's your call.
I'll just
Melodia
take.
huff. Yeah, Melodia in a huff gets into the front seat.
Around.
Brent's just like, I'll just take the back.
Constantine does like a sharp exhale, like, and gets into the back seat with Brent.
Spoils his little girl good.
Mm-hmm. So you get into the back and you drive to Finnegan's Scraps. It's quite the old scrapyard.
I'm sorry,
And-
Finnegan's?
Finnegan's?
Finnegan's. Yes, I know. Haha. Finnegan happy.
Are you
Yeah.
in this story open this?
Repeat it. Repeat what you said. Repeat what you said to us.
Hello?
So you make it to the scrapyard, of which the sign above the gate says Finnegan's Scrap.
That's all. I was just very.
They were just very tickled, I guess, by that.
They're driving up. They drive up, I suppose. Melodia looks out the window and sees it, and it's just like, how quaint.
Guys, I'm high. You can't do this. Oh, oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
Don't tell me you ate the sandwich made out of the bread. Oh no. Anyways, okay. So you make it to Finnegan's. The gate is shut, and it is sort of just a regular sort of like metal high fence sort of situation with barbed wire on the top.
Is Princess thinking or just like, okay.
We should do an
How-
action movie move where you drive right through the fence.
I don't know if I should do that.
Constantine literally does a gesture like to his throat, like, no, absolutely do not do that.
No.
I
Maybe
thought we were
shouldn't.
anarchists.
It would be exciting.
And like, and you can see him like frantically sign over to Melodia, and he's just like, we're anarchists, not idiots.
I don't understand sign language yet, but I'm going to take that as a sincere, we should do this.
No. We shouldn't. We shouldn't. No.
Well, that's 3 in favor and 1 not in favor, so I say we do it.
You all literally gonna ram the car through the gates?
I mean, Theodore is driving and Melodia wants to.
Hmm. Okay.
I'm
Roll for
sorry.
me, Theodore.
This is where Theodore
Me.
dies.
Roll for me a strength plus drive check.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Oh boy.
Plus drive.
Sweet Jesus Almighty.
Not Melodia. You're doing that too. You're cool. Okay, strength plus drive.
She's
Yeah.
okay with this.
Boring.
That's 2. That's 2. Your dad is about to be so mad. I'm about to wreck the car.
You have 2d10.
Uh-huh.
Two.
Oh, this is what I get for playing a character like this. This is what he would do. I know it's a dumb idea. You know it's a dumb idea. This is what he would do, though.
I swear if you get 2 10s on this.
One can only hope for 2 10s.
I got 1 success.
Okay. So on the command of your lady, when she says, "Let's ram the door," you're like, "Right, that doesn't sound like a bad idea." You literally floor it, and you crash through the front.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
You drive the car, ramming it into a scrap pile.
Oh,
Melodia throws her arms in the air.
Junkyard, the junkyard dogs are barking. I want all of you to roll for me. Let's see, dexterity and athletics.
God damn it. God.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to see if one of his abilities can help this. Is heightened senses, or is it weight of the feather? Weight of the
what is it again? What are
2-7.
the 2 things?
It is.
Dex and athletics.
Dex and
I'm just trying to
athletics.
see if he has an ability that can like benefit from
Okay.
this.
Ah!
Wait, we have to. D6. No. Shush.
Hey, I just survived on 2.
There.
Ooh. Okay.
We're being amazing.
So you
gonna-
all are able to book it out of the crashed remains of that car. Good luck getting that car back. But you all run, and you run into hiding behind the nearest pile of scrap as three more guys in sort of the gray hoodies come out and are searching the remains of the scrap pile with the car crashed into it, just sort of like, what the fuck just happened? Who the fuck just? And you just hear them just saying, what the fuck just happened? I don't know, man. There's just some idiot rammed his car through the gates. I don't know. Well, find him. And they all split up to go find you. You all are hiding behind a pile of scrap. What do you do?
Melodia is giggling.
Melodia's giggling.
Okay, but
We are
really,
true
like,
anarchists.
what was it? Constantine just has Cloak of Shadows. Literally, all he has to do is stand still.
Yeah, he could just stand still.
Okay, I'm just going to say that, like, in this entire situation, when they're all hiding, the perspective of everyone else seeing Constantine hide is literally just this.
Yes.
Melodia also has Cloak of Shadows. Hold on.
Yeah, I guess Melodia could just do that too.
Should I investigate for a hiding spot here?
You already are technically behind a hiding spot. I'm suggesting what you guys do now. Because there are 3 men in hoodies. One of them is inspecting the crash site of the crashed thing. 2 more are searching the surrounding area for you. What do you do?
Okay. Can I was about to say, can Brent do like use heightened senses?
Sure.
Basically, just to like make sure keep make it easier to see where who's where.
Isn't that what I have too?
Heightened senses?
Yeah, heightened senses.
Mm-hmm.
That would be
I
wits.
do have heightened senses.
So, let's see.
So it's like a wits and resolve check. Free action.
So let's see. It is a free one, so that doesn't mean you don't have to rouse anything. That does, however, still mean you need to roll a wits and resolve roll.
Alright. Gives me like a 7d10 pool.
It only gives me 5. Oh, it's decent.
So yeah, with your heightened senses, you are able to see that. Well, let's see. You are able to see that. So wait, did Melodia just stay at the crash site and decide to stand still?
No, Melodia went to where Constantine and the others were, but once they got there, Melodia was like, Cloak of Shadows, peace.
Oh, so yeah. Once you and Constantine, or did Constantine bother to run? Did he just stay near the crashed car and just go invisible?
Actually, we'll say that he did.
God, in that
Okay.
case, Melodia probably didn't bother running either, actually. She probably, because I think she saw Constantine go invisible and was like, oh right, and then just peaced out.
So you two are still standing in front of the car, just sort of invisible, as you see 2 of the guys in the hoodies is sort of like, what the fuck just, and do that whole bit, and 2 of them walk away from you as the other one is still like searching the car and stuff, and not bothering to even look at you two. Theodore and Brent, on the other hand, with your sense unseen, or sense the unseen, you do see that, you do see the one who is dangerously close to your other 2 companions. We'll call that thug number 1. Goon number 2, on the other hand, walked completely away from you. He's like, the other one, though, the last one, punk number 3, he seems to be, he's searching near you, and he's getting close to you.
Brent's kind of like, maybe whispering, is like, okay, just trying to think of like what to do. I imagine like for a moment you kind of thought it's like maybe if maybe if I... No. I'm not gonna do that. No. No. Why did I think of that?
Do you have a plan?
I wouldn't say a plan. Birds honestly and stuff. He's in a bit of a stump, but Brent's gonna see if there's like any other like hiding spots he can like go to.
I actually want to see what role would it be for Constantine to catch one of their attention by throwing like a rock or something at them.
That's a free action. You just throw a rock. Though to be fair, that would negate your cloak of shadows. They would see you.
Hmm. And then he would essentially be trying to fight all three of them at once unless they try to like help him.
Unless the others helped you.
I want to know if the others would actually help him.
Melodia would.
Okay.
Brent
And whatever Melodia does, Theodore's probably close behind.
Yep.
All right, so I'm going to do that. Constantine just like, while standing as still as possible to try and try and not negate his cloak of shadows, he just like picks up like a piece of scrap that is small and has enough weight to throw like a rock, and he
You
just
pick up a can.
we'll say like a can, and he just chucks it at one of their heads.
Boom! What the? And they turned around and like, what the? Get that BDSM freak! And they all pull out their guns and start aiming.
Melodia steps forward like, wait! I'm a child! Please, they've kidnapped me!
What the?
Help, help!
And I guess Theodore.
Constantine catches on to the plan quick, and he's gonna put on a little show here. He like jerks Melodia by the arm around the other side of the car.
Oh,
and
help me, help me!
and then he reaches into his backpack and pulls out his rifle.
What is he doing?
And then he pulls it out and like starts like pointing it at her.
Oh, please
Ooh.
don't shoot, don't shoot!
And he's like, put her down! Put him down!
Can I do intimidation?
Sure.
Would that be manipulation and intimidation, or composure and intimidation?
Well, you are lying to them, so I'm going to say it's more manipulation than intimidation.
Roll 5d10. Please don't fuck me. Ooh!
Oh,
So yes. Okay,
Oh.
so what does Constantine do?
Constantine he is he's basically like, I guess Melodia just kind of got onto this like plan really quickly, but he basically just starts acting like he's manhandling her and is pointing the gun straight at her, head, and he's just like, and he starts and he like, because this man used to be a soldier, he for some reason developed acting skills. He manages to get this fucking crazy-eyed stare on command, and without saying a word, he starts pressing the thing up against her head, and he's like, don't you fucking move or I'll fucking do it.
He's like, oh! And they all believe you. And he's like, what the fuck should we do, man? I don't know, man. And they start whispering, sort of like, Maybe we ought to call Nelson on this.
Oh. I was. Oh. I, I was about to. I was about to ask if, like, Brent can try to, like, sneak out of it? See if he can go by unnoticed?
Sure, that would be a dexterity plus stealth.
Uh-oh. That's a 40-10.
What is Theodore wanting to do in all this? Or is Theodore just waiting for his lady to give him the signal?
Yeah, he was going to rush out, but then things moved too quick, and now it'd be weird for him to rush out, so he's kind of waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he knows when he sees, like, her that she's playing it up. He's probably used to how
Right.
manipulative she can be.
Mm-hmm.
He's like,
She can see a
"Oh."
plot.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, she's so smart and talented," and while she's being a manipulative little shithead.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking on her feet. She's so clever.
Mm-hmm. So, while you were all doing this, Brent was, with his 2 successes, he was able to at least sneak by enough, as all three of the punks are looking at Constantine, sort of in a standstill, wondering what to do. That's enough of a distraction for you to just sort of slip by.
Yeah. I imagine Brent would slip by to see if he can find perhaps, like, where, like, the building's at?
Where the main building is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's enough of a clear path. It's pretty straightforward, in fact. You do see, like, a house at the end of it. Or, like, a trailer, at the very least, with lights coming out of it.
Mm.
So you figure, yeah, that trailer with the lights on at it, that's probably it. There is, in fact, only one. So you sneak past there. Now we'll cut back to what does Constantine and Constantine, Melodia, you do see Brent sort of hurry along. Like, those 3 punks are distracted enough, but you 2 aren't, as you 2 at least see Brent move.
So, like, what was it? Constantine is still pretending to, like, manhandle her. Constantine is still pretending to, like, manhandle Melodia. And like, he is, and what he does is he, like, so while he notices he has all of their attention, like, he's like trying to keep all of them on edge. So he just, like, he's trying to keep all of them on edge, so he, like, keeps pressing it closer, and he slowly starts backing away from them while he's still got, like, the gun pressed to her head.
So he's backing up away from them?
Yeah.
Okay. So you are backing up away. They are still just sort of like, they're all just sort of confused as I'm guessing Constantine is backing up away towards, like, the trailer area.
Yeah.
So you do. I'm going to say, I'm just doing a little bit of NPCing a little bit, but I will just say that Theodore does follow along. As he sneaks along. I'm not going to have Theodore roll. But eventually, once you're kind of at least out of eyesight of them, uh, you guys do eventually make it to where Brent is, to where you do see the lit up trailer that Brent saw before. The trailer is nothing really special. It's the type of trailer that you would expect in these sort of scrap yards. Old, probably made from the 70s, barely kind of put together with, like, what little piping and scrap tape and scotch tape and duct tape is held together on the thing. Basically, a sheet of metal on wheels that serves enough as a house. The door of it seems to be wide open, as you can hear two people sort of talking amongst each other in it. Outside of that, however, is a flagpole with a child sort of chained up onto it.
Brent. Can Brent try to sneak closer to that flagpole?
Sure, that will be a dexterity and stealth.
Okay.
Constantine, Melodia, and Theodore, you are there too. Just to let you know.
Yeah, that failed.
He failed. Like, okay, I am just gonna say that when they finally get out of when they finally get out of the line of sight of the three punks, Constantine obviously eases off near Melodia, and he just kind of chuckles a bit, and he just pulls on the trigger, and nothing happens because he had the safety on the whole time.
Well, I should hope you had the safety on. Oh, what fun. Can I roll stealth?
Well, Brent already rolled before you, and Brent sort of failed. So,
Yeah. Oops.
so Brent, I am going to say that it's because of your humanity that you see this child out on the flagpole, bruised a little bit, and this weird sort of sympathy sort of overcomes you as you sort of try to quickly and what you think as stealthily as you can, you go up to that flagpole and try to quickly unlock the kid from the chains. But before you are able to even do that, eventually, you see one of the figures comes out, and it is the older boy that you saw from the security cameras. As he's sort of like, "Hey,
Oh.
who the fuck are you?"
Brent, immediately has the hands off the hands off what he was trying to you're trying to what are you trying to free the kid from? I guess the chains. He kind of puts his hands up, steps back.
And he does pull out. He does sort of pull up his shirt as he does sort of pull out his gun, and he's like, "What, are you fucking stupid? Are you deaf? I said, who the fuck are you? Answer me."
Lodia's stepping forward like, please don't mind him. He's a little, what's the word? Airheaded. He has a hard time responding. He gets too nervous.
Airheaded?
Artie. Wait, what? I said I handled this, and you clearly aren't. As you see coming out of the trailer in a black leathered coat with all sort of the metal pinned little metal pins or decorations that are on it, slicked back with greasy black hair, sort of just come out. A pointy, sort of rat-like nose, sort of adorning his face with enough. You know those indents on the face of what happens when people pick at pimples too much and they get that permanent
Pockmarks.
scar.
Pock marks.
He has those all over his cheeks.
Oh,
As he comes out, he's just sort of like, yeah, he has pockmarks. Yep. So he comes out and he's just sort of like, it doesn't seem like you excuse me. It doesn't seem like you're handling it. Sort of seems like you're just sort of swinging out your gun, acting stupid. I told you, I'd handle this.
we're just kind of like looking at the. It's just, I'm just like eyeing between Lillian and.
I know who you are.
What?
Wait, you know this asshole? Yes, I know this asshole. He's one of Garrett's boys. You know, the one that, oh, yeah, right. The one who drained one of you. Yeah,
Yeah.
the one who drained Vincent, yes.
Oh. Oh God. Oh, I'm so
So
sorry.
who's the half pint over there?
That's a bit rude. My name is Melodia.
Charmed. Anyways, Artie, put the gun down. All right. So, what seems to be the trouble?
Okay, we're here to get the kid.
Well, that's okay. I already have the kid. Job's done. It's all good.
Not
What?
quite.
No. You don't understand. We need him. Not. We heard that you were the. But considering that we saw that, well, I know that you needed him to send a message, quote unquote, but we thought that more.
Oh, right. Oh, come on. Oh, what did Garrett give you that plan of trying to convince this little brat to turn over, huh?
Yeah, that's what we were going to. Look, if we can just let the kid go, and
You do see the kid sort of wake up a bit as he sort of is like, his eyes sort of grow with fear as he's just sort of like, what's going on? What's going on? Where am I?
Nothing. It's okay. We're about to help you. Don't worry.
it's fine. We're here.
Artie, he looks over at his brother. Artie, where am I? Where are we? Just shut the fuck up!
You seem
Artie,
rather
I don't.
crude.
But Artie, I don't know what you. I said shut up! Stop calling me that! You know, you
Melodia
do see his
knows.
arm sort of twitch as though he's about to strike Percy, but he doesn't.
Yeah, Melodia knows what the hell this is. This is, like she said earlier, it is conspiracy. He was jealous from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Melodia's pieced that together, and she kind of wants to mess with that, actually. Just. So this is your plan, then. You hand your brother over to the Anarchs and become the true inheritor of being the prince.
The fuck you said?
Well, you dropped him off here to die.
Uh, Artie, come on. It's just. I said stop it with that fucking name!
I believe you have an inferiority complex.
What was that, shrimp?
Constantine is just like,
Look, we don't need to cause any more trouble.
No, we do. We do need to cause trouble. They're the ones who started this. We could have tried something peaceful before resorting to acting like dogs. But no. Apparently the only option is to attack like vile creatures. Prove to the Camarilla that we are in fact just anarchists, not people with a genuine cause. No. We're here for blood. Only blood. I suppose a vampire should only be out for blood, I guess. No. This was all your jealous little scheme to get rid of your brother so that you could have power, and in the process you were feeding a bad anarch's idea of what a good plan was.
Theodore is so proud of his girl right now.
Yeah. So Ardman is looking angry and sort of his eyes are sort of wandering, sort of thinking of what response that he should say next. Look, I already know what I am. Blood not good enough, they said. Too thin, they keep saying. But I'm twice the vampire he is. Twice the skill. And they choose him? They choose that whining little... And you see Percy sort of like crying as he's looking up at his brother at these cruel words that he's saying. He's just sort of like, what? But I thought... What, you thought what? What, that I liked you? I always hated you. How they looked at you. How they liked you better than me. How they thought you were so much better. How you were so much more destined for things than me. Well, look at you, huh? Look at you just tied up onto a pole. Nothing more than nothing more than a crying little shit. I could just kill you right now.
But
I could just
you
kill
fucking
you right now
won't.
and be done with it.
No, you don't.
Melodia said I
Listen,
swear. Ooh.
Listen, if you let him go, we can, you don't, you wanted to see him. You don't.
Now, Artie, now come on. I said stop calling me that fucking name! Ardman, look, come on. Popping his head right here and there isn't going to really send much of a message, is it? You need to wait for the note to go to your folks before we then. I am tired of waiting. You are stalling, Nelson.
You're both cowards.
And they both look at you and almost sort of with a simultaneous sort of like, what?
You're cowards. You're taking the easy way out, the one that's just right there, available, the most savage option instead of thinking strategically, thinking ahead, thinking better of it. And you, she looks at Ardman. You're a better vampire than him? What a great job you're doing proving it. Playing the loving older brother until the moment you can turn around and beat down upon him. From what I heard, he doesn't even want to be prince. You could have worked something out reasonably, instead of going for violence, but no, you had to let your petty feelings get in the way, make something more unsavory and disgusting come through. You're disgusting. You're a stain on vampire society, anarch or camarilla.
Constantine is literally just behind her this entire time, and he is just sort of like, they look back at him and he's just gesturing to her like, no, she knows what she's talking about. Listen to her.
Yeah, I could just see him just sort of go like, yeah, just sort of shrug, like, yeah, nod, shrug, yeah. And Ardman and Nelson just sort of look at each other. So what's to stop us from killing all of you right now?
My father. Put the gun away. I would like to give the civil option before we turn to violence. My father is what's fucking stopping you. You know who Lionel is.
And they stop to think for a moment. But Ardman immediately knows. It's just like, wait, you're the lion's daughter?
Try it. Try it and see what becomes of you when my father finds out you killed his precious one.
And Nelson sort of looks at Ardman and is just sort of like, you led the lion's daughter here? Well, I didn't think that she'd be with them. I didn't think that she... You literally led the lion's daughter here. You know what? She's right. You are a fucking idiot. And he just sort of pulls out his gun and aims it at the back of Ardman's head. And Nelson just sort of, with a single bang, just sort of shoots him right in the back of the head. You notice that unlike with most bullet wounds, though, the wound doesn't immediately heal. Casings of the bullet were... Well, you do notice, as the bullet sort of hits the floor through the head, the bullet does have a few little engravings on it. And Ardman just sort of like, wait, why isn't the bullet healing? Why isn't the bullet wound healing? He starts to notice flakes sort of rising up above him. As he experiences what now you all know as the final death. He disappears into ash, into nothing but his black and scorched skeleton, and even that eventually turns to dust.
Oh no. Brent is horrified seeing that.
Yeah, I'd imagine this is the first time Brent has seen the final death.
Yeah.
Melodia just turns up her nose at the final death happening, just like a good riddance kind of look.
Constantine is literally not fazed by this in the slightest because he is a fucking killer through and through.
But unfortunately, you do see Percy now kind of in a sobbing mess sort of tears as he sees his brother disappear into the final death. As through his sobs, you hear nothing but an I'm sorry, Artie. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
Can Theodore has a way to speak about this. Can he? I don't even know if he would listen to a ghoul.
What
But
does
he's gonna give it
Theodore
a
want
shot.
to say?
He wants to kneel in front of him and say, "The system drove your brother to do what he did and act how he did. And the anarchy is here to break that system down if you'd be willing to help them."
Is Theodore being truthful?
In a technicality, yes. He is speaking.
He is speaking truth.
He is speaking
Charisma.
true. He does not believe the system is bad, but he thinks that the brother handled it.
Okay. So roll for me a persuasion and charisma.
Am I even good at that?
Let's see if you are.
Where is persuasion?
It's under the social column.
So for you, that would be
3.
3.
Oh,
okay.
he is but a ghoul. See what happens. I
No.
got a 1! I guess
Well,
10s don't negate 1s.
yeah. Well, actually, hold on. Because that's a critical. Well, 10 technically is a critical.
Right.
I'm gonna make that a house rule, maybe.
Well, hold on.
Hmm.
Hmm. Will only take but a moment.
But yeah,
Hmm.
Theodore's basically skirting a lie by using all truths and shaping them to meet his argument, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. Actually, that 10 is enough.
Oh.
It says here that 10s are worth at least 4 successes.
What?
Huh?
10s are worth 4.
We
might
need to
wanna-
read this book
might
better.
we might want to nerf that to 2 successes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it says each pair of that is worth 4 successes. So I will say 2.
Or we could just have it where it completely neutral.
It will neutralize a failure. Each
Yeah.
10 neutralizes a failure.
Oh, cool.
I think that's a good house rule.
Okay, so yeah, you do see Percy sort of calm down a bit. He's no longer crying, and he's no longer sobbing over his brother. He seems contemplative, yet not quite over it yet. So as you're doing this, Nelson sort of just kicks over the dust, and he's just sort of like, all right, well, that idiot's out of the way. He sort of looks over at Percy, then looks over to you. Then looks over at Percy, and then looks over at you. He had to make this so fucking hard. And you see Nelson sort of think for a moment. And you sort of see him reach into his pocket to reach in for his phone. We got a mess problem. Mm-hmm. It went south. Yep. Mm-hmm. We're scorching the place.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll get the crew up. And he sort of hangs up the phone, and he points his gun at Melodia.
And Theodore steps in the way.
You made this difficult. Now I can't let you leave.
And why is that?
What's to stop you from just ratting us out to your pa?
Because I'm an anarch.
Bullshit, you're an anarch.
I was sent here by Gareth.
Yeah, well, Gareth does a lot of stupid shit. I'm not as trusting as him.
You idiot. Why would I go through
Const-
all this trouble?
That's a good question. Why are you going through all this trouble?
Because I saw a problem with the system. Because I want to change it. I know my level
And
of influence and power. And I know I can use it to aid you.
oh yes, the merciful higher it's like higher up Ventru is here to save us all. To give us the mercy of the rights, to give us the mercy of our freedom. Mm-hmm. Sure, you'll just kindly hand us that over. Because, of course, with a system like this, all we really just needed to do was ask one of you, huh?
I am not a Ventru.
Bullshit, you aren't. I know that you are the daughter of the lion.
I'm a Malkavian.
Huh?
Constantine kind of like stops for a second. With like an instinct, he raises his rifle and is aiming it straight at Nelson's head.
Oh, bullshit, you're a child of the moon.
I am. I still suffer from the delusions most Malkavians suffer from. Do you think a Ventru would risk getting his hands dirty turning a child? You know how forbidden that is. No, a Malkavian did this to me, but a Ventru took pity.
Okay, weird and. Well, that's an interesting little sob story, but that still doesn't negate it. Anyway. Sure, you got the blood of a child of the moon, but you were raised as a spoiled, blue-blooded Ventru.
And you? You would rather not give anyone the chance to change and help you? I thought you and this group, this was all about change.
And why would I work with those that decided to set up this system in the first place? To suddenly give us mercy.
I didn't
I'm wanting
decide
to
shit.
take back this freedom by our own hands.
She's like, pardon me. Excuse my language. I didn't design shit. I'm 14. You think I wanted to be born into this?
I never said this was an easy choice, but it's the only right one.
Constantine is shaking his head.
And then he moves the gun over to Percy.
Bitch. Hold on. Can I
Can I do
force
a fire?
dominate?
I'm gonna do a firearms and dexterity.
Let's see.
Can I dominate? Can I use dementation?
Yes.
Just to fully either that or forgetful mind.
Yeah, either or. But you're using dementation or domination essentially.
Yeah.
That'll be a rouse check.
How does it work?
So so a rouse check is just a single d10.
God, I don't know if like
So that means you now have a hunger die, because you had to get a 6 in order to not get hungered. However, dominate. Okay. I'm trying to. Let me just check something real quick, because sometimes these skills require specific rolls. So let me just check.
mm,
Okay, just done. Okay. Demontation. Okay, so it's rounds check. So, okay, so it's a manipulation plus dominance. So it's however many dots you have in dominance and your manipulation. So that's your dice pool versus his composure and intelligence.
I want to say that. I want to
Oopsie
say that
doodles.
with dementation, she wants to drive him so mad that he'll turn the gun on himself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 2 successes, which means that one
One
only
success.
negated one of them, which means I get
One.
1 success. Yeah.
Come on.
Get a lot
Come
of
on.
1s, motherfucker. Get a lot of 1s, motherfucker. I can't. Fuck you! God damn it! You had less dice.
Well,
Well, technically, you screwed up on that roll. I'm allowing you to roll again. You rolled
Oh, shit,
76.
Shit! I'm a fucking idiot.
do it again.
I'm allowing you to do it again since you screwed up on that.
Wait a minute. That's the
That's
same amount of successes.
Well, we said that
But the
10s can
1s.
negate a failure.
Yeah, 10s negate a failure.
no. I thought 7s were above. It doesn't need to be above a 6.
No, we're saying that the 1 doesn't negate a success.
No, I mean, aren't successes just anything 6 and above?
But 10s are critical.
yeah.
All right. Well, I'm saying there's 1, 2,
There's 2.
3,
We both
4
have. We both have
successes.
3 successes because the 1 negates one of the 7s, probably. But I got 2 criticals.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Which count as 2. So, technically, Melodia did do it. So, he pulls the gun on Percy. And so tell me, how does Melodia dominate this person? Or dementiate?
Normally, it takes the form of you speak to them and it plants, like, probably voices to start, but she speaks up and is like, you don't have to do this. We can talk. We can talk.
They'll just follow. They'll just follow. You'll just lie. You'll tell them where we are. We'll all be dead.
Maybe there's no other way out.
Maybe there isn't a way out. What other way is there?
You have it in your hand.
I do have it in my hand.
Do it.
And he's sort of looking at that, just sort of like, I could do it. I could just. And with his hand sort of shaking, he sort of takes the gun and points it at his head. His hands are still shaking, and he seems sort of hesitant to pull the trigger,
There's
as
no
if
other way.
some tiny little shrivel of his own control is trying to fight it. But go ahead and say that last pull.
You caused this. Like you said, there's no other way.
There's no other way. He blows out his own head. The gun drops to the ground with a clank as dust begins to rise. He falls to his knees as he disappears into dust, his skin disappearing into dust first, leaving a skeleton, and that black, scorched skeleton then soon turning into dust itself as it falls forward, until he is nothing more than a little dust cloud blowing in the breeze.
Melodia goes to take the gun, and she brings it to Theodore. You should keep this.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Theodore, you have one, yes, just standard magnum, I guess. Just standard magnum with a ivory hilt. And it has 3 rounds of bullets of the vampire killing kind.
Oh, what a weapon to own!
But there are only 3 bullets.
Well,
All right.
You honor me, milady. Carry this. Use it wisely.
she nods.
Does Constantine like uncover like Prince's eyes from like
Yeah,
when
Constantine uncovers Brent's eyes.
yeah Brent seeing kind of puts the two together and just looks down like much grimace like oh no what are we gonna tell her?
By the way, Melodia, you lost 1 humanity.
Ooh, baby.
Constantine just kind of like holds Brent by the shoulder and is just like, "You're okay. We're okay."
Yeah.
And all that is left is, in the center, is Percy still crying
Uh,
as he's seen the second final death of the night.
Brent, I imagine, like tries to like slowly approach Percy. It's just, it's fine. We're just here to help. Oh,
But
okay.
Percy looks over and he's just sort of like, "What did I do?
You didn't.
Did I do something wrong?
Mm.
What did I do wrong?
No. You didn't.
Was I
You didn't.
bad?
No.
Did I deserve this? What did I do wrong?"
No. Then Brent's turned like turned over, just like, no, you didn't. You didn't do anything wrong. We just, I'm here to help, and I imagine Brent kind of like gets down on his knees, just like, you don't mean, we're not here for any harm. Not at all.
What do you want? What are you going to do to me?
So while all of this is happening, Constantine slings the gun back over his shoulder Constantine, like, is he chained up or is he tied up with rope?
He's chained up with chains.
That probably wouldn't do it then. I'm still gonna have him roll like a strength.
Okie doke.
Would it
You could just search the dust for a key or search inside for a key. There is still the trailer.
There is still the trailer, but I think Constantine would want to do it this way.
Okie doke. Roll for me a strength athletics.
Okay, so that is strength athletics. That is a 4d10.
I imagine as Constantine's doing that. Do I need to make a roll to like try and calm down like Percy?
Yeah, he did it. He succeeded. He literally, using pure brute strength, fucking snaps the chains off enough to get him to slide down the flagpole.
And Percy is able to sort of basically slide the chains off of him as he steps forward free from the chains. And to answer your question, Vivi, you would need to roll a charisma and persuasion, I guess.
Okay, so that would be like a 5d10 with Brent in total. There we go.
Impressive. So what does Brent say in order to calm Percy down a little more?
We listen. We after some looking around, we heard that you were taken by people that wanted to kill you for a message, and we didn't want that to happen. We came here to help and help. All we really needed is just info. We just need info, and that's all.
You went to all this just for information?
Well, we didn't want we didn't we didn't want a kid, like yourself, to be killed for this. It wouldn't be right.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm.
And then he looks over at the still lingering dust of where Ardman was, as Percy sort of tries to gently sort of push you aside as he goes over to that dust pile.
Brent allows Percy to pass by.
Percy looks down at the remains of his brother as he says, "You hated me for so long. You hated me for so long and I ignored it. I am sorry. I wish I knew. I wish I knew I wish I knew so I could have helped. You were so angry. I just wanted to help." And you think that tears are about to come up on his face again, but he tries to hold it in as best as he can. But he turns to the rest of you and he's just sort of like, okay, I I think I can talk.
Okay. Okay. Um, we we just we need someone to have a more inside look of the camera law.
Me?
Yes. Yeah. Our
But I don't want any of this.
I
I just want to go home. I don't want to deal with any of this.
When you go home, they're going to force you back into that position you don't want anyway. I think you should use the position you're forced into to fight against it.
I just want to go. I don't want this anymore. I don't want this anymore.
I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. We'll bring you back home. We just again, all we need is just info. That's all.
Okay. What did you want to know?
I think we should take him to Gareth.
Are you
Nod.
sure? Sorry. He already looks stressed. Stressed enough.
Well, Gareth will know all the questions we need to ask.
Constantine like signs over to Brent and he's like, he's not going to get any better.
Right. Right. Does I was about to ask, like, out of character, does Brent have a way to contact Gareth or no?
Hmm. You do have. Well, you do carry two cell phones. One that is your regular one, and one phone that is a throwaway. You
Okay.
know to only use that throwaway for Gareth.
Yeah, Brent uses the throwaway phone and like dials a number like to call Gareth.
Hmm. Yeah.
Mr. Gareth, we found Percy. This thing. We found him. Um,
Is the kid alright?
uh, he's. I'm not sure if it's fine if seeing his two people dead.
Oh, jeez.
Um,
Went that bad, huh?
yeah. Um, uh, t- mm, the person you talked about, Nelson, uh, had someone else. They're,
So he found him first, huh?
yeah.
Son of a bitch.
But we should take him over to you, or
Yeah.
uh,
Meet me in the usual location this time in the abandoned parking lot.
right, right.
Well, as this is going on, as Brent is having the conversation with Gareth on the phone about meeting them at that parking lot, as they're talking, Percy looks over at you, Melodia, as he's just sort of like, how do you keep a level head about it? How do you how do you keep going? I. Sorry, you. Our dads know each other, don't they?
Yes, I read about you in one of my father's emails.
Oh,
Quite frankly, I found it rather distasteful. You had no wish to go into the position they're forcing you into.
no. I didn't.
Shame it has to be a prince. I think I would be fit for the role. But, well, I keep a level head because it's what I've been raised to do. I was raised poised, poised and proper. I was taught how to keep control, how to breathe, and how to think, even when things are stressful. It would be unbecoming of me to lose myself when things got rough, especially in this world. So I don't. I just focus on what I want, and I make it happen.
Does it get easier?
Yes, you grow used to things. You grow used to how awful it can be. And then you think about all the good things, and you start to cherish them more, because they become a little more rare and a little more valuable.
I'll. I'll try that. I think.
Melodia looks to Brent and is like, "We're taking him to Gareth, yes?"
Yes, we are. Abandoned parking lot, he said.
But thank you, guys. I do thank you.
Yeah, it's really not a problem. It, honestly, even with the situation, I don't want to see a kid being in a situation like that.
Thank you. Sure, DM, or sure, Jim, but what do you want to do?
I'm sorry, I just came back. While they're all having this lovely, heartfelt conversation, I want to ask you like a story question. The other
Sure.
three kids, did they just fucking run?
They did. Well, funny thing about that, you do hear some men sort of like, I heard gunfire coming from this way, and they do seem to be a running. So I would suggest that you all boogie on out of there as fast as you can.
Yeah,
I was going to suggest something different.
Sure. What do you want to suggest?
I want Constantine to make sure that these guys don't come crawling back here ever again.
What's he gonna do, Jimby?
Probably a melee with strength.
Cool. So roll that. Melee and strength. See, I'm not the only one who makes
I
that
literally
mistake.
did the same thing. God damn it. So melee plus strength, that is a lot actually. That is 8.
So, as you come in, or as these three, well, you kind of separated from the group a little bit, but only enough to where you could probably meet those guys before they noticed. But as they are coming down that path back to the trailer park to see what that gun sound was all about, uh, why don't you describe to me what Constantine does?
Constantine's got his knife. Like, okay, I'm sorry for derailing this, really. I am, but I want to make sure that this is not a problem later.
Cool.
So can the rest of the party see this, or have they just ran?
Well, no, you kind of run before they can react. As they're like, hey, what's all that going? You have already run off towards it. And you're like, wait, what are you? But as Constantine and the punks meet up, and the three of them come down and they see the rest of you, like, hey, wait, what's going? Then Constantine interrupts with,
So Constantine's got a big fucking knife, and like while the rest of them are like being all dumbfounded, he takes his knife and he takes his knife and the guy that's like straight in the middle of the three of them, he fucking takes his like knife with like his one free hand and he puts it in the back of where that one guy's knee would be. And he just fucking kicks the one guy down. And when the other two turn around, he fucking punches one of them and then slams the other one's head into a car. He then removes the knife from the first man and he then removes the knife from the first man and he sticks it on one of the other guys who is now on the ground. He sticks it directly onto that man's hand like a stigmata and fucking kneels down to him and says in very raspy but decently clear English, "Tell no one."
and the surviving one nods.
He plucks the knife off, kind of wipes it on his sleeve, and then gives him like a flick of the wrist motion with his hand, like, go, shoo.
Any shoes. So, to expedite this, because I need to wrap this up, we'll say that you do deliver the kid to the abandoned parking lot. Gareth is sympathetic and he welcomes Percy with sort of a smile as he's just sort of like, I'll take you home, but as I'm taking you home, let's discuss some things first. Percy nods and he agrees and he gives one last smile and a nod to you, Melodia, as though like, yeah, I'm gonna take your advice to heart, sort of look, and they drive off. And I will end it here. Stop the recording.